All members will please come to the floor. All members, please come to the floor. We'll be in session here in a little bit. We have some business to attend to for the people of Georgia. So all members, if you'll please come to the floor. Because the hour for convening having arrived, all members will please come to the floor and take their seats. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell? All members, please come to the floor and take your seats. We're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify their presence in the chamber. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members now voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines, please? The doorkeepers, will you please close the doors and keep them closed? Members, I'm going to divert just for a moment. Before we get to our chaplain of the day, we have another blessing today that we've been experiencing over the last month or something like that. As one of the most beloved members ever of this chamber and this Capitol Hill, this Capitol. If you haven't seen him, he's right down here to my right. If you'd seen him a few weeks ago, it's a miracle. Miracles still happen, and miracles are continuing. He has some caregivers here with him today. Jamie Shepherd's here. His family's done such outstanding work and helped the good Lord perform miracles in so many lives in this state and around the world. So thank you to the Shepherd family. Miss Alana Shepherd, his grandmother, who founded the Shepherd Center, has made a difference. And thanks to the support from a lot of folks, we'll continue to make a difference in so many lives. Thanks to Jamie and the staff that's here with you today. We appreciate y'all being here. Thanks to the one who really makes it happen. That kind of pushes and shoves and pets and embraces and encourages. And that's Cindy England. Let's tell Cindy how much we appreciate her. Well, that's just about all I have to say on that. In the words of that wise man, I think that's about all I have to say. But not quite. You should have stayed standing up there, remained standing up. A man who's really enshrined himself in the history of our state in many, many ways, I believe. And I think the records of this house and the records of his accomplishments, his friendships he's built in this room and around our state, and the difference he's made in so many different areas with his compassion, his support as appropriations chair, but mainly as a fine human being. We're glad to have him back here today. He'll be back. He's determined, and you can see that. So a friend of all of us in this room, a friend of Georgia, and our dear friend, Terry England. If you don't think the good Lord works in mysterious ways, that's proof of it right there. He's blessed my life as he had so many of y'all's. And his example in his belief and his strength mean the world to me. Thank you, Terry. Thank you for love for all of us, and thank you for what you have done and what you will continue to do to make Georgia the best place to live, work, and raise a family and have a little fun along the way. So thank you, and we appreciate you being here. Now, I know all of you some of you have greeted former representative, chairman, a lot of hats, husband, grandfather, and all those good things, and taking care of so many people in his life in so many different capacities. Terry's going to hang around. He's going to be here for the chaplain. Then he's going to go out to the South Ante room. And if you'd like to go out and spend a minute with Terry in the South Ante room, we'll continue with the business for this morning, but there'll be a time so you can do that. So thank you all for honoring Terry. Thank you, Terry, Cindy, Shepherd's team. Thank you all for being here. So we'll move on. Thank you all. Y'all may be seated. As is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by our chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the gentleman from the 172nd House District down in Moultrie, Georgia. Aren't you from Moultrie? You're from Moultrie, aren't you? I thought you were. Just making sure. That is South Georgia. 172nd House District, representing Chaz Cannon. Chaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members of the House. It's my honor to share with you this morning the Reverend Dr. Hugh Ward from Moultrie, Georgia. Reverend Ward, or as most of us refer to him as Hugh B., was born in Jackson, Mississippi in 1940. He graduated from high school in 1958, went on to graduate from Asbury College in Wilmore, Kentucky in 1962. Soon after, he joined the United States Marine Corps in 1966 and was sent to language school to become an interrogator, later deploying to Vietnam with the 3rd Marine Division in 1968. Reverend Ward later received a Master of Divinity degree from Columbia Theological Seminary and a Doctor of Ministry degree from the Graduate Theological Foundation. He served 22 years as the senior pastor at First Presbyterian Church, my family's church in Moultrie, where members of my family have been long-term members. There are a multitude of honors and accolades that Reverend Ward has received over his many years of service. Aside from those many honors, the most important to me is that he married Beth and me over 20 years ago. He's baptized both of my children, and he prayed for me during some of my most difficult times in my deployments to the Middle East. Reverend Ward, at the very youthful age of 84, continues to serve his community on a daily basis. His wife of many years, Dottie, could not join us today, but she still sings in the choir every Sunday morning in Moultrie. They have 2 daughters, Mandy and Katie, and 5 grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Reverend Hugh Ward.
This probably is one of the greatest honors ever bestowed on me in my lifetime. And Mr. Speaker, I've watched you on TV, but you look a lot better in person.
Love you, man.
And second, I have to say how heartwarming it is to see the way that you obviously have held Terry England in your prayers and thoughts and such a warm welcome this morning, sir. It does me good to see that here in the state capitol. Well, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm grateful to my state representative, Charles Cannon, or as we call him, Chaz. Chaz himself had a distinguished career in many venues, in the classroom, on the athletic field, as a graduate of West Point, the military academy, on the battlefield in the Middle East, and now in the public arena. He's a retired Army officer. His wife, Beth, is a registered nurse. His 2 brothers-in-law also served with distinction in the United States Army as well. But thank God their pastor is a United States Marine. Hoorah! And then this is a word about your work, not my work here. I bring words of gratitude from my president and CEO of Concord Regional Medical Center, Dr. James Matney, and from our foundation staff. Thank you for your unwavering support of the Georgia Heart Program. This program has enabled Concord Regional Medical Center to expand its service lines, to bring several capital projects to fruition and assist with the care of our indigent patients. Our rural hospital has a feisty, effective Georgia Heart administrator named Gina Horn McDonald. She has out-hustled every other healthcare facility in South Georgia as she spread the good news about supporting our local hospital. I also applaud the work of my good friend Sam Watson, who's across the way there, former father, husband to Emily, and an effective and devoted citizen. I want you to know something about my county, where I've been a part of for 35 years. It has given birth to some of our state's greatest endeavors, the Sun Belt Expo. And if you've never been there, I hope you'll come and see the great things that happen there. The Moose Moss Diving Tigers. Saxby Chambliss makes his home in Moultrie. A YMCA that comprises 65,000 square feet of space. The birthplace of Ameris Bank, which we knew as ABC Bank in the early days. A nationally recognized hospital, and the Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine, and some of the finest churches that excel in reaching out to a needy world. I love living in Colquitt County. Representative Cannon's father-in-law, Frank Harrison, kidnapped me from Decatur and brought me to an island of tranquility in Colquitt County to pastor the First Presbyterian Church. But speaking to you this morning enables me to give you a testimony that I had always planned to be a preacher and a pastor. No, I'm here to confess to you that at one time I actually worked for a living. I peddled chemicals for a major corporation, Ashland Chemical Company. One of my favorite purchasing agents was a man named Larry Moore at Masonite Corporation in Laurel, Mississippi. He had been a Sabre jet pilot in Korea. But I'll be honest with you, when I met him, he weighed as much as a Sabre jet. And over lunch one day in a small barbecue joint in Laurel, Larry looked over an ear of corn dripping with butter onto his paisley tie, and he said, "What would you be doing if you weren't calling on me?" I said, "I'd be playing golf." And he said, "No, you idiot. What would you be doing with your life?" And I said, "That would be a different question. I would resign from Ashland and become a Presbyterian pastor." "If you resign now," he said, "this time next year you'll have a year behind you." And so here I am, 53 years later, before you. God speaks to us in a plethora of ways, and sometimes we listen. You, ladies and gentlemen, are one of the largest congregations I've ever addressed in my whole life as a minister. And ever since Mr. Cannon invited me to be your chaplain for this day, I have prayed mightily that you all would have wisdom and courage to serve this great state faithfully. I believe you will all work for the welfare and happiness of all, to see that justice and compassion are allotted to your folks back home and throughout the entire state. Look, I know, and you know, we live in a beautiful but burdened world. And at times it appears that our poor, bleeding world is stumbling from one blunder to another. But we, the citizens of your state, have elected you, whom we believe possess a broad vision for tapping the wells of wisdom, a wisdom that leads us in these challenging days toward a future of peace and prosperity. And so, though I am not your personal spiritual guide, I'm here to encourage you in your labors, praying you will help us all pass on to our children a better world than the one we received, for God's good and God's glory. I pray that this day in your daily adventures, you'll love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength, and your neighbor as yourself. Would you stand? I'd like to ask you to pause for a moment of silent prayer as you pray for Terry, as you pray for your constituents, as you pray for our state and our nation. Would you pause with me just for a quiet moment? Oh Lord our God, your love is unfailing and your mercies are renewed every morning. At this moment, we lift up our souls to you as honestly and completely as possible. As we're able to do this, O Lord, fulfill in us what you long to accomplish: our freedom from sin and selfishness, our release from anxiety, lives tuned to truth and beauty, devotion and goodness. We know, Lord, that you're the beginning and the end. You see the end from the beginning, and you have seen us and been with us in all the ordinary moments of our life. You have laid your hand upon us in ways that are beyond our comprehension. And because of this, we have seen for ourselves the extraordinary ways you're involved in the most ordinary moments of our lives. And we come to you. We come to you thinking of the rhythm of our lives, the daily routines we have here of sleeping and waking, of washing and dressing, of eating and saying goodbye. We come thinking of our work and the boredom and excitement that comes from our daily toil here in this hallowed place. In the midst of our thousands of wakings, in the course of meeting our constituents, and even in the fractured moments of our life, we know, O Lord, if you speak anywhere, it is here in the midst of our living. But it is in the cracks and crevices of our existence, in the hairline fractures of our life, we're not alone. We have come to know that you're the God of victory for us, for all of us. You're victorious over sin and death, those things which have a stranglehold on humanity. Because of you, we're awakened to a living hope that after every cross comes a resurrection. After every winter, there is a spring. As we commit ourselves to you, let us go forth from this place with our confidence restored, that compassion is able to conquer greed, that peace can overcome war, that love is stronger than hate, that life is mightier than death. With that inspiration, let us arise and go into the world to find beauty in simplicity, to find riches in plain living, to find self-worth and self-giving, For your sake, O Lord, we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Awesome. Great message. Doorkeepers, you may unlock the doors. Members, you may join Brother Ward, Dr. Ward, in the South Ante room, along with Chairman England in just a moment. Members, we do have a doctor of the day, and that's Dr. Jeff Stone. Dr. Stone was invited here by Chair Lady Mandy Ballinger. We appreciate that invite being given to Dr. Stone. If you need Dr. Stone, you can see Dr. Stone down in the aid station, and we appreciate his service to us today. Chairman Hilton, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, is recognized. Chairman Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you are here or if you're watching at home, God is real and God is good. It is a great day to be a Georgian. We are excited to welcome back our Chief of Staff, Chairman Terry England, back to the People's House. Your Committee on Information... Your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal of the previous legislative day, and we have found it to be correct.
Thank you, Chairman Hilton. You're correct all the way around. The chair of the Committee on Information and Audits reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? Hearing none, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? Hearing none, the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative, administration of the 104th moves following be established as the order of business under the first part of the period unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions, first reading and reference of House bills and resolutions, second reading of bills and resolutions, reports of standing committees, Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions. Morning orders.
Is there any objection to adopting of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Hearing none, the resolution is adopted. First reading the bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 823 by Representative Wade of the 9th and Chastain of the 7th. Bill be titled an act to amend the act to provide a homestead exemption from Dawson County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 824 by Representative Wade of the 9th, Chastain of the 7th. The bill be titled Act to close for new applications certain homestead exemptions for senior citizens from Dawson County ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 825 by Representative Washburn of the 144th. The bill be titled Act to amend an act to reconstitute the Board of Education of Monroe County.
Intergovernmental coordination.
House Bill 826 by Representative Miller of the 62nd, Park of the 107th, Smith of the 18th, Fry of the 122nd, Werkheiser of the 157th. Bill be titled Act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7 and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating the imposition rate, computation, exemptions, and credits for state income tax.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 827 by Representative McQueen of the 61st, Roberts of the 52nd, Miller of the 62nd, Evans of the 57th, Willis of the 55th, and others. Bill be titled Act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to selling and other trade practices.
Technology and Infrastructure Innovation.
House Bill 828 by Representative Park of the 107th, Hughley of the 141st, Miller of the 62nd, Fry of the 122nd, Williams of the 168th, and others. Bill be titled Act to amend Chapter 7 and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to income taxes.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 829 by Representative Beckles of the 96th, Hughley of the 141st, Fry of the 122nd, Williams of the 168th, Flournoy of the 74th, and others. The bill be titled Act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elementary and secondary education.
Education.
House Bill 830 by Representative Beckles of the 96th, Flournoy of the 74th, Fry of the 122nd, Williams of the 168th, Dawson of the 65th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to insurance. $830.
Insurance.
House Bill 831 by Representative Beckles of the 96th, Hughley of the 141st, Fry of the 122nd, Williams of the 168th, Flournoy of the 74th, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 863 by Representative Reese of the 140th, Mathiak of the 82nd, Smith of the 41st, Ridley the 6th, Berry of the 56th. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 5, and Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state purchasing.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 864 by Representative Sanchez of the 42nd, Taylor of the 92nd, Fry of the 122nd, Holly of the 116th, Cummings of the 39th, and others. The bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 5 and Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to acquisition and loss of property.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 865 by Representative Crawford of the 89th, Draper of the 90th, Willis of the 55th, Oliver of the 84th, and Olalier of the 59th. The bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elections and primaries generally.
Governmental Affairs.
House Bill 866 by Representative Barton of the 5th, Taylor of the 173rd, Hawkins of the 27th, Cooper of the 45th, and Newton of the 127th. The bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Department of Community Health.
Public and Community Health.
House Resolution 712 by Representative Park of the 107th, Hughley of the 141st, Miller of the 62nd, Fry of the 122nd, Williams of the 168th, and others. A resolution creating a House Study Committee on protecting working families.
Special Rules.
House Resolution 713 by Representative Wade of the 9th, Silcox of the 53rd, Clifton of the 131st, Willis of the 55th, Chastain of the 7th, and others. A resolution urging healthcare providers across the state of Georgia to help promote the 988 Suicide Crisis Lifeline.
Public and Community Health.
House Resolution 751 by Representative Crowe, the 118th, a resolution recognizing Mr. William A. Fickling Jr. and dedicating a bridge in his honor.
Transportation.
Senate Bill 332 by Senator Jones the 10th and James the 28th. Bill be titled Act to Amend the Act creating and establishing in DeKalb County, Georgia, districts from which the members of the County Board of Education in DeKalb County shall be elected.
Intergovernmental coordination.
That completes first readers.
Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 811 by Representative LaHood of the 175th, Corbett of the 174th, Burchett of the 176th, and Sharper of the 177th. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Lowndes County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 812 by Representative Chokas of the 151st, Rhodes of the 124th, Williams of the 148th, Jaspers of the 11th, Crowe of the 118th, and others. A bill relating to state building, plumbing, and electrical codes. House Bill 813 by Representative LaHood of the 175th, Corbett of the 174th, Burchett of the 176th, Sharper of the 177th. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Lowndes County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 814 by Representative LaHood of the 175th, Corbett of the 174th, Burchett of the 176th, Sharper of the 177th. A bill to provide homestead exemption from Lowndes County ad valorem taxes for county purposes. House Bill 815 by Representative LaHood of the 175th, Corbett of the 174th, Burchett of the 176th, Sharper of the 177th. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Lowndes County ad valorem taxes for county purposes. House Bill 816 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th. A bill to create the Greene County Public Facilities Authority. House Bill 817 by Representative Dickey of the 134th, Meeks of the 178th, Dawson of the 65th. A bill relating to livestock dealers. House Bill 818 by Representative Martin of the 49th, Leopard of the 123rd, Gunter of the 8th, Blackman of the 146th, Evans of the 57th. A bill relating to the Georgia Judicial Retirement System. House Bill 819 by Representative Washburn of the 144th, a bill to authorize the governing authority of Jasper County to levy an excise tax. House Bill 820 by Representative Washburn of the 144th, a bill to provide a homestead exemption from Jasper County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 821 by Representative Gamble of the 15th, Scoggins of the 14th, Lubbock of the 12th, Hitchens of the 161st, Seabaugh of the 34th, and others. A bill relating to general provisions relative to bonds and recognizances. House Bill 822 by Representative Lupton of the 83rd, Lim of the 98th, a bill relating to attorneys. House Bill 832 by Representative Gullah of the 19th, New of the 40th, Kelly of the 16th, Smith of the 18th, Montana of the 17th. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Paulding County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 833 by Representative Ridley of the 22nd, Thomas of the 21st, Scoggins of the 14th, Byrd of the 20th, Ballinger of the 23rd, and others. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Cherokee County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 834 by Representative Kelly of the 16th. A bill to authorize the city of Cedartown, Georgia, to exercise all redevelopment and other powers under the Redevelopment Powers Law. House Bill 835 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Ridley of the 6th, Tarvin of the 2nd. A bill to amend an act to provide a homestead exemption from City of Dalton Independent School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 836 by Representative Smith of the 70th, Bonner of the 73rd, Jenkins of the 136th, Glaze of the 67th, Dawson of the 65th. A bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from Coweta County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 837 by Representative Miles of the 126th, Howard of the 129th, Hefner of the 130th, Prince of the 132nd, Newton of the 127th. A bill to authorize the assessment and collection of a technology fee by the probate court of Richmond County. House Bill 838 by Representative Smith of the 70th, Glaze of the 67th, Jenkins of the 136th, Bonner of the 73rd, and Dawson of the 65th. A bill to amend an act incorporating and providing a new charter for the city of Noonan. House Bill 839 by Representative Gaines of the 120th, Persing of the 119th, Irwin of the 32nd, Donahue of the 31st. A bill to amend an act to create the Board of County Commissioners for the County of Jackson. House Bill 840 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, the bill to repeal an act creating Pickens County Airport Authority. House Bill 841 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th, the bill to provide a homestead exemption from Pickens County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 842 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Ridley of the 6th, and Tarvin of the 2nd, a bill to amend an act providing a homestead exemption from Whitfield County ad valorem taxes for county purposes. House Bill 843 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Ridley of the 6th, Tarvin of the 2nd, a bill to amend an act to provide a homestead exemption from City of Dalton ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes. House Bill 844 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Ridley of the 6th, Tarvin of the 2nd, a bill to amend an act providing homestead exemption from Whitfield County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 845 by Representative Ridley of the 22nd, Thomas of the 21st, Scoggins of the 14th, Byrd of the 20th, Ballinger of the 23rd, and others. A bill to amend an act providing for the numbering of positions of membership of the Cherokee County Board of Education. House Bill 846 by Representative Thomas of the 21st, Ridley of the 22nd, Scoggins of the 14th, Jaspers of the 11th, Jones of the 47th, and others. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Cherokee County ad valorem taxes for county purposes. House Bill 847 by Representative Cummings of the 39th, Campbell of the 35th, Seabaugh of the 34th, McQueen of the 61st, Ridley of the 22nd, and others. A bill to amend an act consolidating the offices of tax collector and tax receiver into the office of tax commissioner of Cobb County. House Bill 848 by Representative Kelly of the 16th. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Polk County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 849 by Representative Green of the 154th. A bill to amend an act creating Lower Chattahoochee Regional Airport Authority. House Bill 850 by Representative Newton of the 127th, Prince of the 132nd, Howard of the 129th, Hefter of the 130th, Miles of the 126th. A bill to provide a homestead exemption from Augusta Richmond County ad valorem taxes for consolidated government purposes. House Bill 851 by Representative Gaines of the 120th, Whithour of the 121st, Rhodes of the 124th. A bill to amend an act to create the Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections and Registration. House Bill 852 by Representative Gaines of the 120th, Whithour of the 121st, Rhodes of the 124th. A bill to reconstitute and reestablish the Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections and Registration. House Bill 853 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Ridley of the 6th, Tarvin of the 2nd. A bill to provide a new homestead exemption from City of Tunnel Hill ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes. House Bill 854 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th, Ridley of the 6th, and Tarvin of the 2nd. A bill to amend an act to provide a new homestead exemption from City of Cahutta ad valorem taxes for municipal purposes. House Bill 855 by Representative Taylor of the 173rd. A bill to amend an act to authorize the governing authority of the City of Thomasville to levy an excise tax. House Bill 856 by Representative LaHood of the 175th. A bill to amend an act relating to the Brooks County Redevelopment Authority. House Bill 857 by Representative Cummings of the 39th, Campbell of the 35th, Seabaugh of the 34th, McQueen of the 61st, Ridley of the 22nd, and others. The bill to amend an act creating the State Court of Cobb County. House Bill 858 by Representative Cummings of the 39th, Campbell of the 35th, Seabaugh of the 34th, McQueen of the 61st, Ridley of the 22nd, and others. A bill to amend an act creating the State Court of Cobb County. House Bill 859 by Representative Gamble of the 15th and Scoggins of the 14th. A bill to amend an act to provide a homestead exemption from certain City of Cartersville ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 860 by Representative Barton of the 5th and Ridley of the 6th. A bill to amend an act to provide a homestead exemption from Gordon County School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 861 by Representative Barton of the 5th and Ridley of the 6th. A bill to amend an act to provide a homestead exemption from City of Calhoun Independent School District ad valorem taxes for educational purposes. House Bill 862 by Representative Jackson of the 68th, McQueen of the 61st, Glaze of the 67th, Jones of the 60th, Dawson of the 65th, and others. A bill to fix the salary of the Sheriff of Fulton County. House Resolution 685 by Representative Saines of the 180th, Taylor of the 173rd, Jones of the 47th, Oliver of the 84th, Ballard of the 147th. The resolution creating the House Study Committee on Mental Health Workforce Development. House Resolution 711 by Representative Irwin of the 32nd, Wade of the 9th, Dubnick of the 29th, Chokas of the 151st, Cannon of the 172nd. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on Student Attendance in Pre-K through 12 Education. Senate Bill 328 by Senator Strickland of the 42nd, Davenport of the 17th, Williams of the 25th, Jones of the 10th. A bill to amend an act creating the State Court of Henry County. Senate Bill 329 by Senator Strickland of the 42nd, Davenport of the 17th, Williams of the 25th, Jones of the 10th. A bill to amend an act providing supplements to the salaries of the judges of the Superior Court, the District Attorney, and the Chief Assistant District Attorney of the Flint Judicial Circuit. Through second readers.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Representative Robert Dickey, the 134th District Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has had under its consideration following resolution of the House. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House the following recommendation. House Resolution 368, due pass by substitute, respectfully submitted Representative Robert Dickey, the 134th District Chairman. Representative Hawkins, the 27th District Chairman of the Committee on Health, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Health has had under its consideration following resolutions of the House. It has instructed me to report the same back to the House the following recommendation. House Resolution 512, due pass by substitute. House Resolution 592, due pass, respectfully submitted Representative Hawkins, the 27th District Chairman. Representative Lumsden of the 12th District, Chairman of the Committee on Insurance, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Insurance has had under its consideration the following resolution of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Resolution 659, due pass by committee substitute, respectfully submitted. Representative Lumsden of the 12th District, Chairman. Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House and instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 774, do pass. House Bill 778, do pass. House Bill 781, do pass. House Bill 785, do pass. House Bill 786, do pass. House Bill 788, do pass. House Bill 789, do pass. House Bill 790, do pass. House Bill 794, do pass. House Bill 797, do pass. House Bill 798, do pass. House Bill 780, do pass. House Bill 787, do pass. House Bill 791, do pass. House Bill 793, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman. Representative Gunner of the 8th District, Chairman of the Committee on Judiciary, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary has had under its consideration the following bills of the Senate. It has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 10, do pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 36, do pass. Senate Bill 173, do pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 245, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Gunner of the 8th District, Chairman. Representative Tyler Paul Smith of the 18th District, Chairman of the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary Non-Civils had under its consideration the following bills of the Senate and has instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 27, do pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 79, do pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 102, do pass. Senate Bill 204, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Tyler Paul Smith of the 18th District, Chairman. Representative Sharon Cooper, the 45th District, Chairman of the Committee on Public and Community Health, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Public and Community Health has had under its consideration following resolutions of the House and Senate. It has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Resolution 611, do pass. Senate Bill 30, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Sharon Cooper, the 45th District, Chairman. Representative Clint Crow, the 118th District, Chairman of the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security has had under its consideration the following bills of the Senate and has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 21, do pass. Senate Bill 29, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Crow of the 118th District, Chairman. Representative Parrish of the 158th District, Chairman of the Committee on Rules, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Rules has had under its consideration the following bills of the Senate and has instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 69, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 255, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Parrish of the 158th District, Chairman. Representative Jones of the 25th District, Chairman of the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure Innovation, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure Innovation has had under its consideration the following bill of the Senate and has instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 111, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Jones of the 25th District, Chairman. Representative Shaw Blackman of the 146th District, Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Ways and Means has had under its consideration following resolution of the House. It's instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Resolution 557, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Shaw Blackman of the 146th District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
Okay, members, we have a local calendar this morning. I think y'all have probably solved most of the problems in the United States of America and the world with all the conversations I've heard this morning. It's good to have Terry England back with us. So, members, we do have a local calendar. We have 4 bills on the local calendar that relate to homestead exemption, and as you know, require a 2/3 roll call vote for passage. One of the bills on the local calendar is an agree-disagree, and this bill having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute. Third reading now reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the local calendar? Please give the clerk your attention.
House Bill 774 by Representative Crawford of the 89th, DeKalb County. House Bill 778 by Representative Dickey, the 134th, Upson County. House Bill 781 by Representative Dickey, the 134th, Crawford County. House Bill 785 by Representative Dickey, the 134th, Crawford County. House Bill 786 by Representative Mathis of the 133rd, Dodge County. House Bill 788 by Representative Stinson of the 150th, Macon County. House Bill 789 by Representative Stinson of the 150th, City of Oglethorpe. House Bill 790 by Representative Stinson of the 150th, Macon County. House Bill 794 by Representative Scott of the 76th, Clayton County. House Bill 797 by Representative Petrie of the 166th, City of Savannah, Chatham County. House Bill 798 by Representative Mathiak of the 82nd, Spalding County. House Bill 780 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th, City of Greensboro. House Bill 787 by Representative Tarvin of the 2nd, City of Chickamauga. House Bill 791 by Representative Crow of the 118th, Butts County. House Bill 793 by Representative Townsend of the 179th, City of Brunswick. Senate Bill 77, agreeing to the Senate amendment to the House substitute by Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd, City of Cartersville.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members now voted? Have all members voted? This, so Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the passage of the local calendar, the yeas are 164, the nays are 0. These bills having received the requisite constitutional majority are therefore passed. Members, we have a lot of good folks who've traveled here in our gallery that we're going to have some morning orders that's important to them, so I want you to give the member in the well your attention. Okay, members, here's the deal. We have about 200 morning orders, not quite, but it's close. So you're going to have 30 seconds for your morning order. We'll cut you off at 45 because we have 25 morning orders this morning. So those of you who can go really fast, do it, and those of you who need a second or two longer to recognize some good folks here with us, that's what we would implore you to do. So let me give you who's on deck. Representative Wade, you come on down. You're first up. Then Chairman Todd Jones, then Representative Huddleston and friends, and Chairman Corbett. That's kind of the way we're going to roll here. So we can be much more efficient if y'all are ready. Representative Wade and friends is recognized for a morning order. Members, please give the member in the well your attention. Conversations can go out to the anteroom. Representative Wade.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I've invited my friends both to my left and right as they have served our nation, and I'm here to recognize one of Lumpkin County's finest, a junior at the University of North Georgia. He is headed for the Army, but he was recently recognized for the UNG Boar's Head Brigade, Brigade's S4, and he's going to be, he also has a perfect 4.0 GPA. He just got recognized by a Congressional Presidential Fellowship at our nation's capital, got home this morning, and he is here to see the best state capitol in the nation. And if you'll just congratulate him. He and his family are here. And Mr. Speaker, I think you know this young man's grandfather, former state senator Guy Middleton. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, man.
There's Will. Thank you, Will Edwards. Appreciate you. Well done, son. Thank you, man.
Quite the accomplishments. Tell your granddad we all said hello as well. Good to have you with us. You have another one?
One more very quickly. The gallery is full, so I don't know that they made it in the gallery, but I'd like to recognize the Lumpkin County High School Girls State Champion Wrestling Team. The team is the state champions, and we also had 2 individual state champs. Casey Carpenter's very proud of y'all too, but go Lady Indians, and special shout out to our superintendent head. She's with them today as well, and the Lumpkin County High School principal and team. Thank you very much. Go Indians.
Chairman Todd Jones is recognized for an announcement. Maybe not. He's down with his folks. Representative Huddleston, Gamble, Smith, and Scoggins recognized for an announcement. Then Chairman Corbett. We'll get it. Just give us a second. Y'all go ahead and get lined up. and friends. Representative Huddleston and friends. There we go.
This is special.
All right, give the gentleman the well your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I come before you today with heavy hearts. This family and the tragedy not only affected us locally within my district.
Excuse me, suspend just, ladies and gentlemen, members, let's all stand. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize what you were recognizing here. My bad.
Thank you. With our heavy hearts, like I said, this affected not only locally, state, but across the country. We're here to honor the legacy of the Nealon's family and others. On July 26, 2024, the gospel music community and countless hearts across the world were shaken by a tragic loss of 7 beautiful souls and a devastating plane crash. Today we come together in remembrance and celebration of their lives. Kelly Nealon Clark, a woman of faith. Jason Clark, a devoted husband. Amber Nealon Kistler, a voice of pure beauty. Nathan Kessler, a loving husband. Melanie Hodges, a dear friend. Larry Haney, a skilled pilot. And Melissa Haney, a devoted wife. With our hearts mourning, we also recognize the resilience and strength of Autumn Nelson Streetman, the surviving member of the family group. She is here with us with family members today in the gallery, who carries forward the spirit and love of her family in the midst of her loss. May she find comfort in the embrace of friends, faith, and everlasting love of those who walk with her in spirit. The Nelsons' music is a beacon of faith, and their legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. Through their voices may no longer echo in the concert halls, they will forever sing in the hearts who love them. May their memories be a blessing, and that we find comfort in knowing that they now sing in the presence of the Lord. If you will, just allow a moment of silence. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would y'all mind standing so we can recognize the family members, please? Thank you all for being with us. What inspiring performances in music the family presented to so many hearts and minds. And thank you all, and our continued prayers go out to you. Thank you for being here.
Yes, you're welcome.
Representative Nisa Jones is recognized for and friends.
Can I get all the members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated to the well, please? Thank you. I'm going to make this quick, and I'm going to do it real good. Thank you, Speaker. It is an immense honor to stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the significant strides being made by the Untitled Chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated that was chartered on January 11th, 1975, where they are celebrating their 50th anniversary on the campus of the Mercer University in Macon, Georgia, and that I get the honor of serving as one of its state representatives. In attendance in the gallery, we have one of the charter members, Gwendolyn Wright, if you please stand, and their current president, Nivea George, and other members or those that were made or initiated in that chapter, if you please stand as well. So let it therefore be resolved with this resolution, House Resolution 364, and be confirmed by this House of the great milestone that this chapter has made in the city of Macon, Georgia. Thank you, Speaker. I yield the well.
Welcome to the House. The ladies yield to the well. Representative Lisa Campbell recognized, and then Representative Baker, and then Representative Gamble. Representative Lisa Baker, Campbell, I'm sorry, Representative Lisa Campbell, and friends. Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, Colleagues, today I rise to recognize and celebrate Executive Function Day at the Georgia State Capitol. This momentous occasion marks the first time this recognition has been granted in both chambers, underscoring the value and significance of teaching the cognitive skills essential for students and learners of all ages to succeed in literacy, science, math, and everyday life. We recognize students' overall cognitive skills, mental health, and well-being in a world where the demands of daily life continue to grow. Nurturing and explicitly teaching these skills is essential to helping students navigate their challenges. I want to recognize Sucheta Kamath, the nation's leading expert in the brain science of executive function. She's in the gallery today. Please rise and recognize one of our state's leading champions for children. Thank you so much. And I yield the well. Thank you.
Representative Baker, recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a special honor for me today to welcome the staff and students from Chapel Hill High School in my hometown and my district of Douglasville, Georgia, who are visiting the Capitol today. These bright students are here today as part of their American Government and Civics class taught by the incredible Mr. Hill. They're currently studying Georgia Standard SSCG 8, which focuses on the legislative branch, and there's no better way to bring those lessons to life than to see their state government in action right here in our chamber. So I'm proud to represent these students and their school, and I'm grateful for educators like Mr. Hill who are shaping the next generation of our leaders. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to the students and staff of Chapel Hill High School. Go Panthers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Good to have Chapel Hill. Welcome to the People's House. Representative Gamble. Representative Matthew Gamble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have today in the House Gallery with us members of the Hope Animal Assisted Crisis Response Team that have joined us. In 2024, the Hope team from the Southeast region logged close to 150 volunteer hours and engaged in 1,200 meaningful interactions with Georgia disaster victims. Today, we're joined by Sweet Pea and her handler, Melanie Dallas, the CEO of Highland Rivers, Oliver and his handler, Dave Thomas, Roby and his handler, Tammy McGill. They're going to be set up in the ante room if you'd like to come have your photo with our assist crisis response animals. They do with death notifications and traumatic incidences. Come greet them and have your photo made with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great service to mankind there. Man's best friend, no doubt. Representative Cummins. I think you're still here, and some friends are going to come along with her. Representative Terry Cummins.
Good morning. I'm here today to welcome Mazel Tazaro. She is from Israel. I met her in December during my trip to Israel, and she is a survivor of the October 7, 2023 attack at the Nova Music Festival. Mazel will be sharing her story with us later on this afternoon at 4:30 in Capitol 216. But I would like Mazel and the members of the consulate to please stand and welcome to Georgia's Capitol. Speaker, please come down to the ante room. You can take a picture. Just look for the dogs. Speaker, I yield the well.
Thank you, Terry. Welcome, Consul General. It's always good to see you. It's always good to see you. Thank you for being here with us, and we'll see y'all down here. Thank y'all. Chairman Martin, recognized for a morning order, then Representative Holly would be next. And the Henry delegation along with Representative Holly. Chairman Martin's recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. We all have gotten to know and get our jobs done because of interns. And this morning I rise to recognize Dr. Stephanie Kersey, who is the intern coordinator of the Georgia Legislative Internship Program, working alongside Allie Martin and Stacy Perry to bring interns to us down at the Capitol. She is an anchor to every intern, and she has ensured that they have fantastic support as they come to work for us at the Capitol today. Also today, she is in our gallery, and I would like to ask Dr. Stephanie Kersey to stand and be recognized as the Georgia State Coordinator, and today is her birthday. If y'all would join me in recommending Dr. Kersey. Welcome to the People's House.
Good to have you. Appreciate your work. Thanks for being with us. Representative Holly, he's going to have one by himself, and then he's going to have one with the Henry delegation. Is that how you're going to do this, right?
Well, the first one by myself with friends.
First by yourself, the next with friends. Okay. Representative Holly.
All right, Mr. Speaker. We're pleased to welcome and acknowledge we are in the presence of greatness for our third annual Black Men and Boys Day. Joining us are the men of Black Male Initiative Georgia, members of Ebony Caucus, Let Us Make Man, Atlanta University Center students for this third annual occasion. So members of BMI and friends, I ask you, rise up, you mighty men. Stand tall and connect with your power in this place. Can you all just give them a hand? There, I see you. We see you in the back. Appreciate you. All right.
Now the Henry County delegation, if you'll join Representative Holly.
Yes, sir.
For another morning order.
Henry County delegation, please step forward. All right, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Great American patriot Patrick Henry reminded us that perfect freedom is necessary to the health and vigor of commerce. Well, the freedom of commerce is alive in Henry County. Joining us in the gallery, we have Henry County Chamber President Joe Henning, Board Member Christy Chuning of Central Georgia AMC, and newly elected Board Chair Morrell McCrary, as well as a host of very successful entrepreneurs on the rise. So please, my colleagues in this chamber, show some love for the money in Henry. Colleagues, let's rise and recognize the Henry Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Yield the well.
Welcome, Henry Chamber of Commerce. Chair Lady Hagan is recognized for a morning order. Give the lady your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here on a very happy occasion today to recognize the Toombs County High School football team on their huge win in the state championship last fall. Would you guys stand up, please? All of you, yes. They are the 2024 Georgia High School Association Class A Division I state champions. They finished their season with a record of 13-1, and they did this during a time when our community was really struggling after the hurricane. They continued working together for their community with their team, and I'm so proud of them and how they persevered. It was our first ever state football championship with a decisive 38-18 win over Northeast. So thank you guys for being here. We're so proud.
See there?
What are you doing up here?
Football.
I love it.
Congratulations. That's awesome. Representative Sharper and Representative Mitchell and Representative Willis and other friends are recognized for a morning order. Give the members in the well your attention, please.
Isn't she lovely? But anyway, it's an influential Women of Georgia Day at the state capitol, and we appreciate everybody being here, but we thank my co-sponsors as well. But we're going to recognize some great people here. The first person we have is Miss April Love, CEO, executive producer, author, TV host, and breast cancer survivor. We have Miss Rashawn Ali Smith, philanthropist, multimedia personality, and author, and who's been here forever doing a great job. Also, we have a representative for Miss Eva Marcel Pickford, who's actually right now on the stage play Jason's lyrics. Andre Crenshaw is here to receive that for her. Dr. Crystal Jordan, award-winning author and journalist and entertainment publicist. And also we have Dr. Heavenly Kims. She's a dentist, an author, an inspirational speaker, and actress. So if y'all don't mind, stand to your feet, ladies, and let us give you the encouragement and the support that you need. And these young ladies will be coming down to take pictures with you guys. So once again, thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you, Rain Stevens, for putting this together. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Good to have you in the People's House. Representative Reeves. Representative Reeves is recognized in. Representative Mathis will be next.
Thank you, Speaker Burns. I welcome Gwinnett members to come down here to honor two groups of young people we have at the Capitol today. First is
Gwinnett members.
First is Sugar Hill Youth Leadership. Please stand up. House, let's welcome them. They are some bright young people from Lanier High School and North Gwinnett High School spending a year learning leadership. Secondly, we have Hull Middle School here today. Their principal was honored a few weeks ago. They are a blue ribbon school. They feed into Peachtree Ridge High School, so let's welcome Hull Middle School. Thank you. All right. We yield the well.
Welcome all you folks from Hull Middle School. Good to have you at the Capitol. Representative Mathis. Representative Danny Mathis recognized. Give the gentleman your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of the House. Thank you, folks in the gallery. I am honored to be here to congratulate the Blakeley County High School Royal Girls Cross Country Team for winning the 2024 Class 1A Division State Cross Country Championship. I'd like for you to stand over here, girls, if you would, please. And I would like to say that one thing for this is that this team is coached by Coach Shelley Cranford, that has multiple wins with the cross-country team. We have our superintendent, Dr. Trey Bellflower, and our principal, Dr. Brad Knox, with them. If they'll stand too. And then I would like to say one thing, Speaker, that the teamwork and extraordinary resilience made this team a spectacular one to observe throughout the season. And as fitting finale to its remarkable 2024 campaign, the team captured its third consecutive state cross-country championship and its seventh title in the last 9 years. Thank you so much for that.
Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I have one more. Also, I want to congratulate the Blakeley County High School boys cross-country team for winning the 2024 Class 1A Division State Cross Country Championship. The superior teamwork and extraordinary resilience made this team, if you boys will stand now, please, made this team to observe throughout the season as a fitting final to its remarkable 2024 campaign. The team captured its third state cross-country championship since 2015. If y'all will please join me in a round of applause for both of these teams. If y'all all stand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations. A great tradition going on there in cross country. State championship. That's pretty cool. Representative Johnny Chastain recognized for an order.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here this morning to recognize a very special lady in our district, and Miss Emma Lou Stover. And Miss Stover has some friends and some family with her real quick that I want to introduce. Wally Stover Sr., Denny Stover, Wally Stover Jr., Stephanie Stover, Caden Stover, Hunter Johnson, and Aaron Johnson, and also the great-grandson of one of our own house staffers here, Wally Stover III. Miss Stover has been and devoted her whole life to Gilmer County, and she spent innumerable hours of her time and talents toward the betterment of her community. She has worked for many years with the LJ Lions Club, where she spearheaded fundraisers to provide financial assistance for surgeries, for the visually impaired, for buying and wrapping Christmas gifts for the less fortunate. She's provided a lot of extra time in for folks for college-level scholarships. She founded a Special Friends program in Gilmer County to help the mental and physical disabilities for folks in Gilmer County. We're here to honor her this morning, and we have a resolution that we'll be presenting later out in the ante room. We will be having a ceremony later on this year to name the Altown Bridge on Star Route 52 East in the name of Miss Emma Lou Stover. So thank you guys for being here. I know Representative Fry wants to say one word.
Miss Stover, back when you fed me lunch that day is one of the most memorable days of my life, and I thank you very much for being here. Love you.
Thank you, Ms. Stover. You made quite the impression. Thanks for making the effort to be here, and all of you. Thanks for being here. Made a good day for a lot of folks today. Thank you for being here. Chairman Corbett, recognized for a morning order.
I'm going to try not to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, it is my distinct honor this morning to recognize Miss Linda Henderson for her 50 years of superlative service to the city of Hoboken. Due to her exemplary tenure, she has earned numerous honors in recognition of her dedicated service, including the 2008 Citizen of the Year from Brantley County, from the Chamber of Commerce, the 2006 Angel Award from the Southeast Cancer Center, and many others. Miss Linda has given inspiration to many through her high ideals, morals, and deep concern for her fellow citizens. Miss Linda is loved by all. She has set the bar high when it comes to serving the public, and it is my honor to present her with this resolution for her service to the citizens of Brantley County and to the city of Hoboken. Miss Linda, will you rise this morning? All right. I have a couple more. We have Jonathan Westbury and Dalton Lowe in the gallery with us. Jonathan and Dalen of Brantley County completed their triumphant 2024 wrestling season by winning state championships in their respective weight classes in Division 2A. Jonathan in the 126-pound division and Dalen in the 132-pound division. The coaches are Aaron Beck, Jenny Shelton, and Jay Edwards. I would ask all of them to stand and let's recognize them this morning. For Jonathan and Jalen. Okay, there you are. Thank y'all. Y'all keep up the good work. All right. And last but not least, we also have the Brantley County girls tennis team. They also won the girls 2A state championship last year. Through their excellent play, superior teamwork, and extraordinary resilience made this team a spectacular one to observe throughout the season. And as a fitting conclusion to its remarkable 2024 campaign, the team captured the GHSA Class 2A State Girls Tennis Championship. Members of the team included Brooklyn Wiles, Riley Strickland, Kaylee Oakey, J.C. Riggins, Chasdy Waldron, Summer Coley, Savannah Carroll, Bree Cruz, Harley Driggers, and Cheryl Tensa. I'd asked them to stand, and they were coached by Patrick Steve, Dalton Laracy, Reed Tetzorth, and Kate Melvin. I'd asked them to stand this morning. Let's give them a hand. And we also have Dr. Kim Morgan, the superintendent of Brantley County School. Glad to have her this morning. And also we have the mayor from Hoboken, Mr. Cruz, is in the gallery, and our judge, Chief McMillan. Glad to have you this morning.
I hope they turned the lights out when they left South Georgia, because there's nobody down here. Thank y'all for being here. Congratulations. Good to have y'all in the people's house. Who else you got?
If y'all come down to the ante room, we'll take some photos.
Come down to the third floor. Come to that south ante room. Good to have y'all. Representative Gabe Okoye and his bodyguard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And friends. You have a lot of friends there, Representative. Gentleman's recognized.
He recruited us. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning I rise to recognize one of the Little Rock Nine. As you may know, now I get more friends. As you may know, in 1957, nine brave African-American children walked into the Little Rock Central High School and integrated it. One of them is here this morning. Can I ask Mr. Terrence Roberts to stand? He's up in the gallery. There he is. I have a resolution for him, and he'll be coming down to the anteroom for pictures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Coyer. All right, Representative Flournoy, you're next. Now, I want you to suspend just for a moment. Here's the lineup. After you, Representative Dempsey, Representative Carson, Whip Park, Representative Taylor, Darlene Taylor, Chairman LaHood, and then Whip Burchett. Representative Flournoy and friends.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Clayton County delegation could join me, we have here with us today Councilwoman Rosanette Kirby, Kawan Green, Caleb Carson, and also Dr. Sequina Scott, High School Coordinator for Clayton County Public Schools. And very quickly, I want to highlight Caleb this morning because not only is he a star athlete, he's also gets great grades and very academically sound. But even in the face of personal loss, losing his father on Thanksgiving, Kewan has continued to push forward, embodying resilience and determination. He is not only an inspiration to his peers, but also a testament to the power of perseverance and dedication. So can we acknowledge them this morning from the gallery? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will. Can you all join me on the third floor?
Representative Dempsey and friends recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. We are privileged today to have the superintendent of the Rome City Schools, Dr. Eric Holland, here today, who has the motto of "I believe in you," being very hands-on with his students. The Rome City Schools Advisory Council is also here, and for many of these students, I understand it is your first day in our capital. Grades 7 through 12, help your school here and make decisions and really impact the life of your fellow students. Thank you for doing that. It's what we try to do here. It's good to have you at your state capitol today. Please rise so we can recognize you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Carson from Morning Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize the group that is here with us today, a fine hybrid private school in Woodstock, Georgia, right between myself and Representative Thomas's district on Arnold Mill Road, with the Civics Club from the King's Academy. Will you guys stand? This is a group from Woodstock led by Kitty Singleton, their Civics Club advisor. And Madam Speaker, I just want to mention they are a fine school, even though they have former Representative Wes Cantrell on their board, one of the founding members. It's still a great school. Welcome to your state capitol. Thank you, everyone.
Chair recognizes Whip Park for Morning Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I rise to recognize the student ambassadors of Gwinnett Technical College. These are outstanding young leaders who embody the values of service, dedication, and excellence. As representatives of their institution, these students welcome prospective students, support campus events, and promote Gwinnett Tech's mission of providing high-quality education and workforce training. They are preparing for careers in fields critical to Georgia's future: healthcare, technology, and the skilled trades. Their leadership and commitment to their community remind us that technical education is a vital foundation for opportunity and progress, and that investing in our technical colleges is an investment in Georgia's future. Please join me in welcoming the Gwinnett Technical College student ambassadors to the People's House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Chairman Taylor for a morning order.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. Today is the City of Thomasville Day at the Capitol. Whereas the City of Thomasville was founded in 1825, the city was named after General Jeff Thomas, who distinguished himself as a hero in the War of 1812, and is credited with constructing the first benefit building at the University of Georgia. And whereas Lieutenant Henry Flipper, the first black graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point, was born in Thomasville. Whereas former First Lady Jacqueline Kennedy traveled to the city of Thomasville to stay after the assassination of President Kennedy. And whereas General Lloyd Austin, former U.S. Secretary of State, is a Thomasville native. The city of Thomasville is known for its roses, and we are known as the City of Roses. Please give everybody a strong hand and welcome the city of Thomasville. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman LaHood for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if the lounge delegation's around, if you'll join me up here. Madam Speaker and members, we just want to take a moment to recognize I'd say the hub of South Georgia, and that's our border county on the southern Georgia line, Lowndes County. Our chairman and commissioners and county manager are up here in the gallery to our right. And this year is the 200th anniversary of this General Assembly creating Lowndes County. And there's over 120,000 residents there that are thriving because of the good leadership we have today. And I just appreciate them being here and want to recognize them today. So thank you. Please join in a round of applause.
Chair recognizes Floor Leader Hong for a morning order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to recognize a group from South Korea. They essentially work at what is equivalent to White House here. It's called a Blue House, and they are pretty high officials that work there, and they come to UGA, part of their program, to learn more about the policies and the political system here in the United States. If you can stand up, and if we can give them a hand, they're visiting, and they'll be visiting us at the Capitol today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes Whip Burchett for the last morning order.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Well, good morning, colleagues. I have the distinct honor and pleasure as serving as the sole representative from Lanier County. And today with us in the gallery, we have not only the state champions for baseball. We have the state champions for softball coming from Lanier County, and I'm asking you all to recognize these young men and young women. If you will both stand for us, please, and recognize the state champions for GHSA Class A2 state softball and state baseball. Interestingly, the baseball team went 32-10, and the softball team went 24-4. Congratulations, folks, and thanks for making the trip from South Georgia, and thanks for being here, and thanks for all your hard work in Lanier County. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
I was wrong. It was 201, not 200. Congratulations. Great program. State championship. That's cool stuff. Good to have y'all. Members, we have a important invite resolution now. We'll invite our guest up. Hey, y'all, come on. How you doing? I'm John. Y'all, go ahead and take your stickers off. When Ben does read the resolution, we'll get that done, and she talks about y'all a minute, and we'll get some photos. Good to have y'all. Thank you. That's pretty awesome. Members, I get your attention, please. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a privileged resolution?
House Resolution 311 by Representative Hefner, the 130th, Howard of the 129th, Prince of the 132nd, Miles of the 126th. A resolution recognizing and commending Coach Andre Lacey and the Payne College golf teams for their outstanding achievements and contributions to the growth of collegiate golf and for fostering diversity and inclusion in the sport.
All right, if you're a part of the Garden City, that's a great City of Augusta delegation, if you'll join us up here. Representative Charlton Howard is already with us, but I'm going to recognize Representative Lynn Hefner to speak to the resolution. Representative Hefner.
Good morning, colleagues. So I am joined by the rest of my colleagues from the Augusta delegation, and this morning we are joined by the Women's National Golf Championship team of Augusta's very own HBCU Payne College. So this winning Lioness squad is escorted by their renowned golf pro coach, Mr. Andre Lacey. As a Payne College alumnus himself and an Augusta native, he has quickly established himself as a transformative figure in collegiate golf. Leading his team of student athletes with the support of Augusta National Golf Club, Coach Lacey has enjoyed a head-spinning journey to 4 national championship appearances that include the Women's NCCAA, Women in Golf, Men CCAA, and Women's NCAA for years 2023 and 2024. Mr. Lacey is the grandson of golf legend and Hall of Famer Mr. Jim Dent Lacey, and he carries forward his family's legacy while breaking new ground as the only black PGA professional in Augusta since 2016. Colleagues and friends, please join me in celebrating and congratulating them on their commitment of excellence.
Congratulations. I mean, what a great program, Coach. Sounds like you got it going on in the right way. We appreciate what you're doing. You're making a difference in people's lives. Thank you for what you're doing. Ladies, wow. Who's the best putter out of all of you? There you go. Wait a minute. We're going to take a photo. Come back. Come back. We're going to take a photo. Congratulations to y'all, and congratulations to Payne. Great school there in Augusta. We appreciate y'all. Ladies, we also have a resolutions for women's golf, so y'all are certainly being recognized as well in that whole deal too, so congratulations to you. We're ready to move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to Senate Bill 72?
Senate Bill 72 by Senator Brass, the sixth and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 52, Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to terminally ill patients' rights to try investigational drugs, biological products, and devices. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Hawkins is recognized to present Senate Bill 72.
Speaker, Senate Bill 72 is also known as the Hope for Georgia Patients Act. It is an addition to Chapter 52, which is the Georgia Right to Try Act. This particular bill deals with experimental drugs and devices for folks that are terminally ill and have no way to survive with typical treatments. If you look on page 5, and I'll quickly go through this, the first section it deals with proof of need. Of course, it must be life-threatening. And it's also, there's an analysis done of the patient's genome. These will be DNA and RNA type active drugs. Next section deals with release of responsibility. Bottom of page 6, manufacturer's flexibility. Top of page 7, this is not a mandate, it's not an insurance mandate. And then at the bottom of page 7, the docs are not held liable for trying these techniques, methods, and medications. Then the next section speaks to the release of manufacturer's liability. Next comes the personal liability release, and again it reiterates this is not a mandate. This bill is the last hope for some patients to have a chance to live a little bit longer. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. If there's no questions, I will relinquish the well and vote for your favorable consideration. Does anybody have a chair I can sit down? Yeah.
You have a question to your right, represents Chairlady Silcox. Is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Isn't it true, Mr. Chairman, that this bill will allow cancer patients that have drugs that have totally not been approved by the FDA to try experimental drugs as a last chance on their life?
That's very true, and I appreciate the question. Some of these drugs take many, many years to be able to make it to market. This will allow a patient a shortcut for a drug, and probably the only drug that will work for them and a chance for extended life. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for bringing the bill. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Hawkins, you have no further questions.
Thank you.
The gentleman's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 72, the yeas are 161, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 63? 6-3.
Senate Bill 6-3 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Part 15 of Article 6 of Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to miscellaneous provisions under the Quality Basic Education Act. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The lady from Columbus, Representative Carmen Rice, is recognized to present the bill. Representative Rice.
What Senate Bill 63 does is it was a provision to allow homeschool students to take their tests their senior year, getting ready for college. Those tests would include PSAT, SAT, pre-ACT, ACT, the ASVAB, and advanced placement test in their locally zoned schools. And so, and it also requires a provision that the school district would announce and put online the information for the registration for these tests. The homeschool students are willing to pay any fee that a student in their zone school would have to pay, and then the school district would pay the cost that they would of any student that's within the school. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, and I ask for your favorable support of this bill. I appreciate it. I yield the well.
Ladies, yield to the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk, Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 63, the yeas are 166, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 85?
Senate Bill 85 by Senator Brass, the 6th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 12 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to post-secondary education grants for foster children and adopted children, so as to establish a grant program. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative from Swainsboro, Georgia, down in Emmanuel County, Representative Butch Parrish. Mr. Chairman is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 85 establishes the Georgia Foster Care Scholarship Act, and it provides grants to former foster youth for undergraduate education. It sets eligibility based on age and involvement with the Department of Family and Children's Services. The funding for this program is subject to annual appropriations, and a former foster youth is eligible for the foster care scholarship if the young person is under the age of 26 and is in foster care or was in foster care for 6 months after the age of 14. The scholarship will be in an amount to cover the student's tuition, room, board, books, and deducting any scholarships or tuition waivers of federal and state financial grants available to them. No scholarship will exceed $30,000 per year. The scholarship may be used at any HOPE-eligible Georgia institution to which the student has been admitted, and the scholarship is available for no more than 10 years through the completion of a bachelor's degree or a total of 190 hours or 127 semester hours. And I'll remind you that the appropriations for this is subject, or the funding is subject to annual appropriation. Mr. Speaker, if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them. If not, I'll ask for your favorable consideration.
The gentleman has a question or two.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Representative Moore to your left is recognized for a question.
Good morning. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that as a foster parent, I'm excited about this bill, and when it came to committee, I almost did a backwards flip? Isn't it also true that I wish this bill had been written 10 years ago? So many children could have had a change of course in their life just from this bill. And I look forward to seeing Georgia's foster children attend and graduate college. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for your comments. I certainly think it can have a positive effect on many of the youth in this state. Thank you.
Representative Chastain to your right is recognized for a question, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that by establishing a grant program for the foster children that this Senate Bill 85 directly addresses the financial barriers that often hinder vulnerable youth from pursuing a higher education?
Yes, sir. Great program, and thank you all. I know a lot of you have interest in what DFACS does with our foster kids, and this will certainly be a great handout to help a lot of folks. Thank you very much.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We did have a speaker that had signed up to speak in favor of Representative Park Cannon, but I don't see Representative Cannon.
There she is.
Take your time. Representative Cannon is recognized to speak to Senate Bill 85. Give the lady your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 85. I wanted to just bring to attention that I feel this legislation addresses really the future of our state and a commitment that we're making to our future. I think it's not just a policy, but it's actually a promise to countless young people who have navigated the challenging impacts of the foster care system. I have spent a lot of time with individuals who aged out of the foster care system, what we consider too young, before we changed it to 21. Establishing this scholarship for those in the Georgia foster care system for eligible students currently enrolled under the age of 26 really help us with our statistics surrounding youth in the Georgia foster care system. If you've looked at them, you know that they are quite sobering. They face many obstacles that can make educational attainment seem insurmountable. With a lack of family support, financial instability, and the emotional scars of their experiences, these young individuals often find themselves at a disadvantage. However, this bill gives us a chance to change that narrative. It actually provides these grants to the foster care youth who meet specific requirements. The requirements, I believe, help us ensure that the financial barriers do not hinder their pursuit of higher education. I think it's essential to note that this program is subject to appropriations, meaning that we all have to remain committed to ensuring that these funds are available. It's our legislative responsibility, not only in this measure, but in the budget, to responsibly advocate for the necessary resources to support our youth. Moreover, I believe for the adopted children, just as generally recognizing that whether they've been in foster care or whether they've actually gotten adopted, they deserve the opportunity to thrive. We as legislators and parents should really see this bill through to the end. I'm hopeful that the foster care youth that are listening right now and that are outside know that we are committed to your opportunities to succeed. I want us to all vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady has completed her remarks and yielded the well. That completes all those that signed up to speak to the bill. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members now voted. I think all members have voted now, so Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 85, the yeas are 166, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Okay, members, it's noon time. I'm exhausted after those morning orders, I can just tell you that. So I got to take a break. We're going to have a couple of announcements from Representative McLean and Representative Chaz Cannon and Representative Butch Parrish. Let's see. Representative McLean is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, the Working Family Caucus lunch will be in room 307, CLOB. It is provided by the UFCW 1996. So we will have lunch in room 307, CLOB upon adjournment. Well, I guess we're not adjournment. When we break for lunch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We got a lot of work to do there, Representative McLean. So we're just going to take a little break. Representative Illustration is recognized for an announcement. Chairman Illustration. Leader Illustration, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee chairman's lunch will be today in room 403 upon the break. Room 403 when we break. Committee chairman. Thank you.
Chairman Parrish is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to invite the members of the Rules Committee to meet me in 341 at 12:30. Thank you.
The Rules Committee at 12:30. You're not going to give them much time to eat, are you? That completes our announcement. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions? We have a lot of privileged resolutions. We're going to get half of them out of the way. So the clerk's going to read these resolutions. Here's our posture, folks. Mr. Clerk, if you'll suspend just for a moment. As soon as he does these privileged resolutions, we're going to take a short break. We're going to recess for 1 hour. And us country boys are going to eat dinner. You city boys go eat lunch. So that'll be our posture. So, Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and memory of Gary Everett Earl. Recognizing and commending Dr. Dean Kersey. Commending Mr. Owen Kinney, Darlington High School's 2025 Star Teacher. Commending Linda Pan, Darlington High School's 2025 Star Student. Commending Carly Wynn, Rome High School's 2025 Star Student. Commending Seth Winstead, Rome High School's 2025 Star Teacher. Commending Gavin Mullinax, Pepperell High School's 2025 Star Student. Commending Jessica West Royal, Pepperell High School's 2025 Star Teacher. Commending Elin Asen McLean, Armurchie's High School's 2025 Star Student. Commending Mrs. Emily Mowry, Armurchie's High School's 2025 Star Teacher. Commending Mrs. Susan Payne, Unity Christian Schools 2025 Star Teacher. Commending Sophia Dubs, Unity Christian Schools 2025 Star Student. Recognizing April 4th, 2025 as 404 Day. Commending Brian Butler for recognizing outstanding contributions. Recognizing, commending Dr. Ebony Gresham. Commending Lisa Cunningham. Recognizing, commending Dr. Cheris Chambers. Recognizing and honoring the victims of communism. Recognizing February 9th through 15th, 2025 as National FBLA Week. Recognizing, commending Nadine Ali. Recognizing, commending Lewis Grant. Recognizing, commending Janice Reed. Recognizing and commending Cookie Wright. Recognizing, commending Ray Murray. Recognizing, commending Morris Roberts. Recognizing, commending Niece Williams. Recognizing, commending Tamika Scott. Recognizing, commending Amani Williams. Recognizing, commending Terry Walker Moore. Congratulating the North Oconee High School's boy basketball team for winning the 2025 GHSA Class 4A State Basketball Championship. Recognizing and commending the 2025 regular session temporary administrative assistants for the Georgia House of Representatives on their exemplary service. Commending the House interns for the 2025 regular session of the General Assembly. Commending and congratulating Field and Marcus Chapman. Recognizing and commending the Atlanta Apartment Association upon its 50th anniversary. Congratulating the Savannah State University men's basketball team for winning the 2025 Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference Basketball Tournament Championship. Commending Savannah Feed the Hungry. Commending Mr. Edward, Rockdale County High School's class of 2025 valedictorian. Commending Malik Patel, Salem High School's class of 2025 class Victorian. Commending Prakash Gupta, Rockdale Magnet School for Science and Technology, class of 2025 salutatorian. Commending Miguel Pimentel, Heritage High School's class of 2025 salutatorian. Commending Jade Coleman, Salem High School's class of 2025 salutatorian. Commending Delano Page, Rockdale Magnet Schools for Science and Technology's class of 2025 valedictorian. Commending David Hill, Rockdale County High School's class of 2025 salutatorian. Commending Christian Bridges, Heritage High School's class of 2025 valedictorian. Recognizing, commending Mr. Phil Alumni. Recognizing, commending Athy M. Lanier II. Recognizing, commending Carlene Anderson. Recognizing, commending Tisa Smart Washington. Recognizing, commending Valerie King. Recognizing, commending the Alumni Association of Atlanta. And recognizing October 9th, 2025 as Pandas Awareness Day at the State Capitol. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the privilege resolutions? Hearing none, the resolutions are adopted. Okay, we'll be in recess until 1 p.m. This House will stand in recess until 1 p.m. Members, if you have a page, we'll take some page photos during the lunch break, like right now. So if you have a page, come on down. All members, if you'll come to the floor. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell? Let everybody know we're getting ready to get started. Okay, members, we'll get started. Mr. Clerk, we'll with this show on the road with Senate Bill 233. Mr. Clerk, will you read a caption of Senate Bill 233?
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Brass of the 6th to be entitled an act to amend Article 6, Chapter 1 and Title 37 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission so as to revise the subcommittees. This bill having been assigned to the Committee on Public and Community Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
All right, members, if you'll all please take your seats and give the lady who's coming to the well your attention as she presents Senate Bill 233. Representative Sharon Cooper is recognized to present Senate Bill 233. Chairlady Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm bringing Senate Bill 233. This was requested by Commissioner Tanner as he runs our Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities. This is about a commission that is housed there under him, the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission. It has been made up of 24 members, and he asked that be extended to 30. When he took over, the commission was made up of mainly of health professionals, psychiatrists, different kinds of doctors, forensic psychologists, licensed clinical behaviorists, and what they found out they were really lacking in people who had experienced mental health problems themselves, or they had family members, or they had lost a family member due to fentanyl or drugs, and this bill corrects that. It adds 6 members, and they are specifically listed as someone has lived experience having survived the disease of addiction, or someone who's lost a member of his or her immediate family to drug overdose or fentanyl poisoning. So I would ask for your favorable consideration. I believe that will make the commission more inclusive, and it did extend it for a year. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will leave the well if there are no questions.
You have one question? Yes, ma'am. Representative Gamble, to your right, straight out in front of you.
Okay.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Is it not true that Commissioner Tanner and the Georgia Council on Recovery have been very instrumental working with you and so many of us on this piece of legislation? This is good for all of those Georgians, over 900,000 Georgians that are in recovery, and we certainly want to see that number increase, and this will help to do that.
I appreciate the question from the member. What you say is certainly true, and Commissioner Tanner has been doing an excellent job, not just about on mental health issues, but also with our disability community. So once again, I will yield the well and ask for your favorable vote. Thank you.
Ladies, yield to the will. We have a couple of speakers. I'm going to recognize Representative Park Cannon and Representative Mary Margaret Oliver. Representative Cannon, I gave Representative Oliver a heads up about 5 minutes max. Can you do it in that length of time? Go for it. Representative Park Cannon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here excited about this bill. Really looking forward to having some more members who are able to help us on this innovative commission. I do think that it's important that we consider possibly in the future adding perinatal providers to it, since we are dealing with mental health outbreaks of those who have recently been pregnant. But I am here in support of it. I have spent time with many individuals who unfortunately have battled addiction, who have experienced overdose, and who are impacted by the decision making here today. Because the challenges surrounding behavioral health are multifaceted, we must draw the insights of those who have navigated those challenges firsthand. Their discussions will enrich our lives and make our policies more compassionate. It's necessary to continue this important work towards meaningful behavioral health reform that we have started many years ago. Many of you will see this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. It requires our sustained efforts, our commitment, and our patience with these individuals. I think this legislation does have some structural changes, but it's really fostering a culture of support and understanding for those experiencing addiction. I'm just grateful for this bill and invite you to vote yes with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your comments. Ladies, yield to the will. Representative Mary Margaret Oliver is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of Senate Bill 233. I've had the privilege of serving on this commission for several years. And for those of you that might be new to the House, I'd like to tell you why this particular effort has been uniquely successful, with the support of the governor, with the support of the Speaker, and with the support of the Lieutenant Governor. You may be aware, I think you are aware, that this effort began under David Ralston, who came forward and told us members that he was tired of not being able to help the folks in his district with serious mental illness. He always said the same thing. He always said he was tired of not being able to help people. He said that his wife always told him that you've got to help people and not only think about elections. He said we're going to pay for what we do as we go, and he said it's going to be bipartisan. And he stuck by that, and others have stuck by that too. The reason this has been successful is that there was a unified effort of leadership. We have, over the last 4 years, contributed over $500 million of new mental health monies. That's prior to whatever we'll make some progress with, hopefully, in this fiscal year 26 budget. It also gives credit to the structure, which we're changing a little bit in this bill. A positive change. The structure was not based on political appointees. There are only 1 or 2 House members, only 1 or 2 Senate members. That's not changing. It was the professionals in the field from your districts in different categories of caregivers. And the substantive work that's gone on through the subcommittee process has been extremely strong, based on professional expertise and not political agendas. The additions to the commission, as set forth in 233, are recognizing the very strong contributions, necessary contributions from the addiction community across Georgia. This has always been a mental health and addiction commission effort, and the addition of additional addiction-related professionals and addiction-related family members is strong. We also are having an ongoing discussion. This is coming out of CHOA, it's coming out of your healthcare providers. What's the difference between the developmentally disabled and the mentally ill? And that conflict in some cases, that combined diagnosis in other cases has reached us, and we are, particularly with leadership that's coming in a wide variety of ways, from the settlement of the civil rights case in relation to the services to the developmentally disabled. This is a strong addition to the very strong history and basis. We're extending the commission for 1 year. Many commissions I've served on, I've only served 1 year. They may or not even met, but this commission is unique, and I ask for your support, particularly the support of Commissioner Kevin Tanner, who as a good leader does many, many hours of work, if not most of the work on this commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ladies yielded well. Thank you for your comments. That completes our discussion on Senate Bill 233. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 233, the yeas are 164, the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 9, SB 9?
Yeah, I was just sitting here a minute ago.
You gave me Senate Bill 9. That's the confusion. You gave me Senate Bill 9.
Senate Bill 9 by Senator Alberts, the 56 and others, being titled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 3 of Chapter 12 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to general provisions relative to obscenity and related offenses, so as to repeal and replace Code Section 161280. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure Innovation. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Chair recognizes Representative Brad Thomas to present the bill. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present Senate Bill 9. This bill was passed through Technology and Infrastructure Innovation Committee, and it was a House priority last year as HB 986. Unfortunately, it didn't quite get across the line in the Senate. So let's start by discussing the crime that's listed in this bill. In order to be found guilty of fraudulent election interference, you have to meet the following criteria, and I'm going to talk through them by line items. Line items 38 for 43 defines who this applies to and is specific to political organizations. We've roughly estimated that this actually would apply to somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 people statewide. It has to be materially deceptive. In order to do that, one, it has to depict a real individual, that speech or conduct that did not occur in reality, and it has to appear to a reasonable observer to be authentic. 3, it has to be uploaded and disseminated with the knowledge of its falsity, which is one of the highest standards that you would have to prove in court. It also has to be, on line 46, it has to be within 90 days of an election, which is really important. This is a piece of information that 90 days tightly prescribes it to the election process, which makes sure that it doesn't hit any constitutional issues. Say you do meet all those criteria. If you do, this is the major change from last year's bill, is the first offense is a misdemeanor. The second offense is a felony. Last year, the first offense was a felony. So what's not covered as a crime in this bill? Lines 55 through 57. First Amendment protected speech is not, and I want to make that very clear, First Amendment protected speech such as satire and parody as listed on line 56, aka memes, are explicitly written as not applying it into this bill. If you create any media and provide a disclosure of its generated, you can create an image or a video or deceptive media, but it's not considered deceptive if you just put a disclaimer on it that simply says it's AI generated, and it defines what that is. So here's another one that I got. I hate to tell you all, but people like me might need a little bit of help looking good visually. Thank you. And we may use AI to make us look a little bit better in particular media. This is explicitly, once again, lines 134, 136, minor editing is excluded from this bill. And again, if you can create content 97 days out and it's not affected by this bill. And I want to make something else clear. This is about visual and audio files. So text that you create, say you use an AI and you create text, that is not included in this bill. It's just visual and audio. So let me boil this down for y'all. If you get accused of a misdemeanor first offense in this is what you would have to do. You'd have to be one of around a couple thousand people in the state that are specifically tied to political action campaign or committees, political committees, or as defined in the bill. You'd have to create an AI-generated video or audio and distribute it with the intent to deceive and throw an election. You'd have to upload it within 90 days of an election. You didn't put a simple disclaimer on it that said it was AI generated, and it had to be the level of quality that it was to deceive to deceive electorate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I feel like I've presented the bill. I'd be happy to take questions.
Gentleman has a couple of questions. Representative Lisa Campbell to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Can you just verify first what LC number we're looking at?
492385S. No,
I'm honest.
Okay. I got the...
It may be LC 5...
You know what? I'm sorry. I know
try
so
another
well I
one?
grabbed the wrong one.
It's a different...
Thank you, Representative Williams.
Although I would tell you my bill number is correct that I presented. It's LC 560401S.
01S. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And will you accept another question, please?
Absolutely.
So I just want to make sure I understand any and all use of AI in campaign materials, regardless of the scope and span, is allowable as long as there is disclosure.
I would say it's even more tightly prescribed than that. Within 90 days of an election, it's completely fine. It's not deceptive if you put a label on it that says it's AI generated. So thank you.
And then minor editing. Would something like, if you are using AI on yourself or someone else, say you edit a facial feature, would that be considered minor editing or not?
No, because it doesn't change the substance of the actual image in and of itself. That is, I can find the line item in here where it's explicitly written, but it is explicitly excluded.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. What I'm reading is line 140. Part B, minor editing of a piece of existing audio or visual, which is a little broad, so I was just trying to understand maybe in a practical example
I would say if you've seen some of my campaign mailers, I need a little minor editing that doesn't substantially change the observer's understanding of such media, and that's the point of making sure that a lot of Photoshop is regularly used, and I don't mean to use Photoshop, but it does have an AI component in it now, and let's make sure we don't inadvertently capture that.
And would you allow just a tiny bit of a further clarification on this?
Sure.
My question is really trying to understand, in past campaigns, we've seen in oppositional advertising changes to your opponent's features, not your own, your opponent's. Would that be considered minor?
I wouldn't say that it substantially changes the observer's understanding of the media, meaning like if they change it to the point where they've now have that individual committing some crime that they didn't commit, then that would be a substantial change. But minor image changes wouldn't apply to this bill.
Thank you.
Yep.
Gentleman, you or Representative Rice to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
Is it not true that by defining and criminalizing the use of materially deceptive AI-generated media and campaign advertisements, this bill helps protect the integrity of Georgia's elections and ensures that voters receive accurate information?
I would agree with that. And you know, we talked a lot. What people don't realize is we spent a significant amount of time on this last session. With regards to making sure that we did not feel in any way we infringed on First Amendment rights. But if we have multiple videos of elected officials that have deceptive material in it, and there's no possible way to identify actually I would ask you, whose First Amendment rights have been taken away? If no one can believe what you see, then whose First Amendment rights has actually been taken away? It's been the person that did something that was proper, or operated within the bounds of what the law is. This is just simply to say that it's to let the electorate know that what they have is AI generated or it happened in reality, and I think that that's an acceptable place to be in a First Amendment situation. And thank you for the question.
You have one more question if you want to take it, and then we have some speakers on the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Jasmine Clark to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
All right, so we've had this conversation a couple of times.
We did.
About the 90 days. And I understand that the explanation for why you would say if it's 91 days, you can do all these things, but as soon as you hit the 90-day threshold, it doesn't. I understand that it's something about legally how you can tie it to an election, but could you not tie it to elections based on the content of what is being presented? And doesn't this 90 days really handcuff us from protecting people? Because we're already seeing ads for 2026 now. And I'm just a little worried that this still allows that deceptive material into the fray. Are you?
So it's a fair question. The 90 days has been something that we now have 21 states that have adopted some version of this bill. I would say that the 90-day rule typically is in there to tie it and to make sure it's specific to election, but it also gives, within 90 days, a lot of campaigns don't have a lot of money. They're not a U.S.-sized race that have the campaign funds to be able to combat this type of false or deceptive media. So keeping it at 90 days at least gives an opportunity for time for the campaigns to come back and put something out instead of it just being a last-minute thing 2 days before the election day, and it throws an election, and that's really what this is about. So thank you.
Does the gentleman further yield? Just
I've yielded
really,
for one
real
more.
Quick question.
Absolutely.
I understand that, but I think what you just said is what my concern would be. If a campaign that is very well-funded has 300 days, or whatever 365 minus 90 is, I don't feel like doing math. They have that many days to make deceptive materials about you, and then it's just a 90-day moratorium. How do you undo that damage? And a lot of times in the law, we use the word reasonable, and why couldn't we just say if it could be reasonably assumed, I don't assume it's not the right word, but tie it to a reasonable expectation that this was about an election, so therefore you cannot do it this way. I'm just wondering if there's a workaround to this 90
I think that, again, we get into this really question about First Amendment rights, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can, and by tying it to an election of the date we did, it only further tightens the guardrails to make sure that if it does go across to the judicial branch and they want to take a look at it, it's very tightly prescribed. We feel like it can survive. And eventually we will get some more guidance from the judicial branch on what's acceptable and what's not. But right now, I have to tell you, this is one of the most tightly prescribed bills in the United States. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman is yielded the well. That completes the initial comments on the bill. We have some folks signed up in favor of and those who are opposed. I'm going to recognize Representative Charlize Byrd to speak to the bill. Representative Byrd, give the lady your attention, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My fellow patriots, I rise in fierce opposition to Senate Bill 9, a bill straight out of Governor of California's playbook, designed to crush free speech and silence we the people. It isn't just bad policy, it is anti-MAGA, anti-America attack on our rights. Last year, Georgians stopped HB 986. Now the radical left is back with SB 9, sneaking it through procedural tricks because they know we would never accept this tyranny outright. It's California's liberal-style censorship criminalizing deceptive media within 90 days of an election, who decides who's deceptive when 90 days of the election. Who decides who's deceptive? A government board picked by the same establishments that's used to us before? This isn't freedom, it's Soviet-style control. SB 9 could jail you for so-called deception, exposing corruption on felony charges up to 5 years. We already have deception laws for lies that harm. This is silencing dissent, plain and simple. If it passes, Georgia becomes like California. Dissenters in handcuffs. To my Republican colleagues, do you want to be the ones who brought California liberalism agenda here to Georgia? This is about liberty itself. It is not voting no. I'm rejecting this unconstitutional assault on the First Amendment with everything I've got. When we come for our first speech, free speech, I am never going to stop fighting. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. We have several other speakers on the issue. I'll recognize Representative Tran for comments on Senate Bill 9. Representative Tran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise today in favor of SB 9. And to clarify, I may look like an AI deepfake of the minority whip and the only Filipino member of the House, but I am indeed not an AI deepfake of these members. In all seriousness, just a year ago, we saw New Hampshire, during the New Hampshire presidential primary, a voice robocall went out to Democratic voters that imitated President Joe Biden's voice and told Democratic voters not to go out and vote. And that is the danger of AI that poses us today. As we are in an arms race within the election campaign season, those with the best technology can generate AI at the fastest levels with the deepest of fakes, with the most realistic renderings of ourselves. And one day we are going to reach a point where technologically AI can generate these deep fakes at a speed where in a microsecond they can generate 365 days worth of campaign material to be used against us or used to defend us. So we have to be concerned, because I'm concerned about the human element of our elections, the most important part of our elections, where we go out to voters and we shake their hands, we listen to their concerns, we meet with them one-on-one. But if we hit a point in which we base our elections and win our elections on AI technology, we will lose that human element. We will lose the most precious part of our democracy, and that is hearing from our constituents. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well and ask the members to vote in favor of this bill.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Sanchez is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also to speak in favor of Senate Bill 9. I believe this is a great bill that helps ensure our elections are not riddled with misinformation, distractions, and interference. In fact, I was actually talking to my family just the other day about this, why we don't have labeling of AI when you see it on social media, and I'm glad that this bill has this measure in it to help with that, because a lot of people struggle to differentiate between something that's AI and something that's real, and that can have a huge impact on not just on our elections, but on daily life in general. And so I'm glad to have this measure in the bill for our election process at the very least. I know some of my colleagues brought up legitimate concerns about the 90-day window, and I do agree that it should be longer, but I do think we have to start this now, because we currently have elections right now. In my county, we have a special election in less than a month, right? And so we have elections this November as well. So we need to do something as soon as possible around this issue, because it's a growing in intensity and in danger. And just in general, in regards to artificial intelligence, we have to remember that, there's a lot of great uses for this technology, medical uses, efficiency in certain sectors, but we always have to make sure when new technology emerges that we balance with the good and the bad that comes with every new technology. We have to make sure that we keep Georgians safe and well informed, especially in the times that we're in right now. I believe we need to make sure we target our use of AI to only where it's truly needed, because as many of you know, AI has become a huge drain on our energy and resources, specifically when it comes to electricity demand and water consumption. And so it is a great tool, but some studies have actually shown that just to train the model of these kind of technology, like OpenAI's GPT-3, it consumed over 1,200 megawatt hours of electricity, which is the equivalent of powering 120 homes in 1 year. A carbon dioxide emission of 552 tons. This study was funded by Google, who is implementing their own AI program, so it might even be undercounted. Throughout our history, we have seen new technology emerge that makes life easier. But with every invention, we must learn the consequences of unchecked, unregulated use. Our environment, our air, our water cannot be disregarded in the pursuit of turning our family photos into Studio Ghibli characters. If you get that reference, you're a real one. Once again, I support this bill as a great first step in setting up guardrails for this important emerging technology. I hope we continue working on this issue to continue to ensure the safety and well-being of Georgians, and I urge you to vote yes on SB 9. Thank you. I yield the well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Beckles. The lady is recognized to speak to Senate Bill 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in support of Senate Bill 9, a common sense measure to protect our elections from AI manipulation. This bill does two simple things. First, it makes it illegal to knowingly publish fake AI-generated videos or audio that falsely show candidates saying things they never said, but only when done to deliberately deceive voters within 90 days of an election. Secondly, it creates clear rules for campaigns that want to use AI content. They can still use it, but must include a disclaimer that clearly identifies what is AI generated. This isn't about restricting free speech. Political satire, parody, art, or journalism remains fully protected. As technology advances, our laws must keep pace. This targeted bill protects voters from deception while preserving our fundamental freedoms. I urge your support. Mr. Speaker, if I may, full disclaimer, I did ask my AI cousin Claude to generate a floor speech that you guys can understand. Thank you, I yield the well.
Thanks, Claude. Whoever Claude is. Representative Williams, you know who Claude is? I didn't think you did. Chairman Todd Jones is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vance, I have your blue sheet up here. I'll bring it back for you. This is a serious subject and a serious day. I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time, but there's been a couple of things lobbed here that need to be addressed. The fact is that we are responsible in so many different ways to 10.7 million Georgians to ensure that when they go into the election box, they can trust that the election box is in fact filled with 100% integrity. We always argue about whether or not there should be paper ballots, machine score. We talk about audits. We talk about everything about what the voting process is. But I would argue with you, the most important thing we can do for our constituents is to ensure that when they go into that box, when they are saying to themselves, I'm going to cast a ballot for this individual or for this referendum, the most important thing we can do for them is make sure that we have given them accurate information. We cannot live in a world where our constituents, 10.7 million Georgians, almost 6 million voters, are asking themselves, what I just saw, is it real or is it not real? At that point, the integrity of the election, no matter if you fall on paper ballots or machine ballot, is gone. We have to be able to vote towards what we know to be right. And let's talk about American. We talk about the Constitution. The Constitution speaks to the idea that if an individual is charged with something, they will face a jury of their peers. This does that. But it does it in such a way that it has the most loftiest bar. They must do it with specific intent. It must be proven that they knew the falsity of it. They must have taken the action to download that video or that image. And it must be done in such a way that a reasonable person, a reasonable individual would say, this is in fact something that would affect the election or affect the integrity of the election or the administration of the election. So I ask you this. Alabama, our sister to the west, and 21 other states, but I'll focus on Alabama, have taken the exact same language and unanimously put it through both chambers, and a Republican governor signed it. A previous speaker spoke to the idea of liberty. We can all go on, and I'm sure many of you have, in your election, in your town halls, and any comments that you make to your peers and to your constituents, all about liberty and the fact that you've been called to serve in this chamber. You were called because you believed in the Constitution and you believed in making sure that everyone has the opportunity to in fact pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What this document does is ensure that everything that our constituents see is in fact something they can in fact take to the bank. And I ask you to support this bill. I ask for your favorable consideration, and Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That completes our discussion on Senate Bill 9. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Hearing none, the Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Al Williams rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
Is it not true that the last speaker wanted to make sure mentioned that left-leaning, radical, liberal state of Alabama passed this bill?
That's what I heard him say.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman's correct. He'll have to correct that in the media. I won't correct it for him. No, we have great friends over there. Speaker Ledbetter is a fine man, and I'm certainly he does a great job in that Alabama House. Have all members voted? All members voted this so. Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 9, the yeas are 152, the nays are 12. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to SB 69, Senate Bill 69?
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Kennedy the 18th to be entitled an act to amend Title 7 and Article 5 of Chapter 11 of Title 9 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to banking and finance and depositions and discovery under the Georgia Civil Practice Act, respectively, so as to regulate third-party litigation financing practices in this state. This bill having referred to the Committee on Rules, that committee recommends that this bill pass by Rules Committee Substitute LC 492394S.
Representative James Burchett is recognized to present Senate Bill 69. Representative Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise to give you my support and ask for your vote on Senate Bill 69. Senate Bill 69 seeks to fill a hole in the code. Currently, there are no provisions whatsoever that outline regulations on litigation financing. Nowhere in the code will you find it. So what this bill seeks to do is put some guardrails and regulation on the industry. For some of you that don't know, there are companies out there that will finance litigation and they will seek a interest in any judgment that is had in that litigation. And there has been testimony that suggests that some of these litigation financiers will influence how a piece of litigation is litigated. And in my opinion, that is, not correct, not right. The financier should not weigh in on the decisions that the lawyer and the client make. And so what this seeks to do here is put some guardrails up around this industry. And so I'm going to run through some of what the bill does here. First off, it defines what a litigation financier is. Currently, there is no definition in code, and also defines what a litigation financial agreement is or financing agreement is. It also puts in what provisions are required in a litigation agreement, some of which are the recital of what I just said, is that the litigation financier cannot weigh in on the process of litigation, for instance, cannot say, all right, if you guys are going to settle, I don't want you to settle. This is not enough to settle for. That's one of the claims that I heard in testimony. Some of the other provisions it requires in these litigation agreements is that there can be no amendment of the contract without written agreement. Obviously, the clear name and principal address of the financier, and it recites that, again, financiers cannot inject themselves into the decisions of the parties or the litigators. What the bill also does, it defines who can be a financier, litigation financier, and it's in line with our financing institutions. In fact, it's in the code section for banks and banking, and what it requires is that, for instance, if much like a bank or a financing institution, if you had a felony in the past 10 years, you cannot be a financier under this bill. One of the other things, and I'm sure we'll hear about, if you're a foreign adversary of the United States as dictated by the federal government, then you cannot also be a financier. One of the largest provisions in the bill is that it requires registration of these financiers with the Department of Banks and Financing, and also gives the ability of the commissioner to deny a financier if they don't meet the requirements of this code section, while at the same time allowing for some due process for that financier if they disagree to request in writing a hearing to make their case. It exempts, importantly, I think, an agreement that it's taking a case on contingency between a party and a litigator or lawyer. So if I want to take a case and essentially I'm financing my fees and my work throughout the case, then it exempts that sort of arrangement. And that arrangement is pretty customary in some of these civil cases. It's one of the provisions in here is that if the financing agreement or the financier does not come in line or comport with the provisions in this bill, then that contract is void or non-actionable. Discoverable. And then lastly, it says that any of these agreements are discoverable in litigation. So as a defendant, if a plaintiff is utilizing financing, then they can discover both the terms of the contract and what the contract is. So if I'm litigating against the party as the plaintiff, then I could discover whether or not, as a defendant, I can discover whether or not the plaintiff is utilizing a financier and then how much that financier is financing of this litigation. I think what this bill does is puts regulation and parameters around an industry that is frankly wide open at this point. I know there's been many hours of testimony and debate over this subject matter, and I'm asking my colleagues to please favorably consider Senate Bill 69. And the LC I'm reading from is LC 492394S. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman has a question. Representative Rahman, right up the center aisle on your left.
Does the gentleman yield?
To my friend, I do.
What's with the face? It's a fine question, I promise. Just to confirm, this will not apply to bail funds, nonprofits, things like that, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
There is a provision that I just spoke with one of my colleagues about that exempts nonprofits that it's on line. Line 372.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Yes, sir. One more.
Representative Rice to your left, extreme way to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
Is it not true that prohibiting entities with foreign affiliations from acting as litigation financiers safeguards our judicial system from potential external influences?
I can't agree more, Representative. I think this preserves the sanctity of our civil justice system as well as gives protections to consumers and litigants in the process. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We do have one speaker signed up to speak to the bill. It's Chairman Todd Jones. Chairman Jones is recognized to speak to SB 69. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies to the body. I don't typically get up and speak, and now twice in a row, but I thought this was so important because of the conversations that we've had over the last 2 years about third-party litigation funding. If you think about a phraseology that you hear from our constitutional officers consistently is we're the number one state to do business. You hear that over and over, that 11 straight years we've been the number one state to do business. I want to try and make an argument with you very quickly that what we should really be looking for is to be the number one in innovation, the number one in thought leadership. Because here's a piece of data that I think should concern this entire body and our friends across the third floor. We are 8th in GDP. New Jersey is 9th. North Carolina is 10th. The challenge is our growth rate is literally a third of North Carolina's and a half of New Jersey's, which means by about 2030, we will drop to 10 and possibly by 2035 drop to 11. We have to be thinking of different ways to get more innovation into our economy, into our industries. One of the ways that we protect innovation is to ensure that bad actors don't capture trade secrets, patents, and other intellectual property through bad actors and the litigation process. Third-party litigation funding has a purpose, and I agree with the whip, but it also could be used as a sword against our nanotechnology companies, our logistics technology companies, our cyber companies. How do we ensure that that doesn't occur? SB 69 does that. So I ask for your favorable consideration for all the reasons that the majority whip laid out for you, but I would also ask you to add just one additional component, and that component is about the future of Georgia. It's not about 2025 or 2026, it's about 2030 and 2035 and 2040. We must protect the intellectual property of not just our large corporations, but what I hope to be the next Apple, the next HP, the next Google inside of some garage here in Atlanta or in North Georgia or in South Georgia. Let's protect them. Let's protect the future, and let's make sure that we keep Georgia on a pathway, not just to be 8th in the union in GDP, but hopefully one day jumping up to number 1 and unseating that state that sits on the West Coast. Thank you very much, and I yield the well.
Number 1, I like the way that sounds. That completes our comments. Discussion on Senate Bill 69. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. We do have a minority report. Minority report is waived. Thank you. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Hearing none, the Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 69, the yeas are 98. The nays are 69. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 105?
Senate Bill 105 by Senator Anna DeVarte, the 31st and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 50 and Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to veterinarians and veterinary technicians, so as to authorize licensed veterinarians and veterinary technicians to practice veterinary tele-advice. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Transportation Chair Jaspers recognized to present the bill. Representative Jaspers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 105 is for the expansion and the use of telemedicine in the veterinary practice. And when I was asked to do this bill, I kind of went sentimental. I have two great veterinarians in my life that have taken care of my kids' animals, my 4-H'ers, my FFA kids, in our community, Mike Christopher and Dr. Mike Zager, and I hope they're listening. What this bill does is enforces the veterinary client-patient relationship that is the bedrock of a veterinarian practice. This means practically for you that every veterinary practice will have to have a relationship with your animal before they can diagnose it using telemedicine. It's the same way they do it now. We've had many bills that over the past few years using telemedicine in medicine and dentistry and all sorts of things, and the veterinarians have worked hard on this. So if your vet offers telemedicine, you'll be able to use your phone, your iPad, to communicate with your veterinarian. Now, this is really very important in large animal veterinary practices where there's a big shortage of veterinarians and many miles between them in your care. This will help a lot in improving that care. In the bill, you'll notice there's a lot of language guiding the use of telemedicine. These veterinarians are very thorough in writing a bill. Also, in this bill, you'll see teletriage and teleadvice. Teletriage is used to determine whether or not immediate referral is needed to a licensed veterinarian. You'll be able to call and have that done. Now, just like I said a moment ago, since you don't have the veterinary-client relationship, they cannot diagnose. Teleadvice is what it says. It's like to say it's call a vet. You'll be able to ask general questions. The key thing in all three of these sections is that Georgia licensed veterinarians are doing the work and their associates in their offices. Someone asked me about pay a few minutes ago. This bill does not address pay. These are small businesses. They'll do pay as they choose. But it does create a very clear framework. In Section 4, you're going to see House Bill 91 that was done by Chairman Cooper before crossover. So we've seen it and voted on it and passed it easily. This will allow those who have graduated from a foreign school of veterinary medicine a pathway to practice and, most importantly, teach in Georgia. We are a shortage of many of these specialties across our state or in our state education, and they'll be able to do it, but they have to be licensed in Georgia. This gives them a pathway to do it. This legislation is the work of the Georgia Veterinary Medical Association, the Cattlemen's Association, Pleasure Animals, all the different ones have had their input in it. And Mr. Speaker and members, our veterinarians are very serious about the care of pets, your pleasure animals and our food animals. And they work very hard to improve the ability of care in this modern age. And I ask for your favorable consideration and vote on this measure for our veterinarians. Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to answer any questions if there are any.
You have at least one. Representative Barnes to your left. Representative Amati Barnes is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You said we had a shortage of veterinarians. Do we also have a shortage of vet techs as well?
Oh, absolutely.
All right,
We do,
thank
yes,
you.
ma'am.
Well, I hope this helps out for our shortage in the state. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you. That's your favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you for presenting the bill. I know you know a lot about animal husbandry. That's where you came from. So thanks for your work and your career, and thanks for bringing the bill. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purposes, Representative Buckner rise?
Are you trying to say something?
She waves. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 105, the yeas are 168. 8, the nays are 0. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 56.
Senate Bill 56 by Senator Anna DeVarde of the 31st and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 5 of Chapter 9 of Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Georgia State Indemnification Fund so as to authorize the Department of Administrative Services to purchase annuities for the payment of indemnification claims. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Gullett is recognized to present Senate Bill 56. Representative Gullett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 56 is related to the Indemnification Fund. Currently, the Georgia State Indemnification Program provides a financial benefit for designated public safety officers who are disabled or killed in the line of duty. These payments are made through the Georgia State Indemnification Fund, which is overseen by the Georgia State Indemnification Commission and administered by DOAS. This bill establishes a presumption of qualification for indemnification related to COVID-19 for deaths occurred on or before April 15th of 2022. We know that there were 68 COVID-19 deaths that would qualify, and the state was only able to pay 39 of them. This bill would pay the remaining 29. The money was already appropriated in the amended budget that we passed and was signed by the governor, and I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you so much. I urge your favorable consideration. Yield the well.
Thank you for your work on the bill. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 56, the yeas are 165, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 40? 4-0.
Senate Bill 40 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th and others be titled an act to amend Article 14 in Chapter 1 and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to secondary metals recyclers so as to provide for applicability of the definition of the term used, detached catalytic converters. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Lauren McDonald is recognized to present the bill. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you today Senate Bill 40. This bill was passed the Senate last year, and somewhere in the rotunda, the germaneness of this bill turned into a judicial compensation bill. So it did not make it across the floor. I don't know if they needed to raise the money for the judges to charge these bad actors in recycling, but I brought this legislation 2 years ago, a part of this, but we've done some cleanup because one of the main things this bill has done, it's working. We've had a dramatic decrease in theft of these catalytic converters and other copper wire from air conditioners and telecommunication systems. So I want to kind of walk through the different changes. One of the main changes, since we've had a dramatic decrease, we're taking off the sunset and getting rid of that. You want to go over to Section 2. We've taken the lines 25 through 29 and moved them up into Section 1. On lines 68 through 76, you can look, that is telling what these secondary metal recyclers shall do. And so you want to look at that. And then on lines 134, the recycler registration fee, half the fee is going to the Georgia Sheriff's Association, and the other half is going to the county treasurer. So that's what Senate Bill 40 does. I'll yield for any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Good job. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 40, 4-0, the yeas are 159, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, we will carry Senate Bill 79 over until tomorrow, and you'll understand the gravity of that tomorrow. SB 79 will be heard tomorrow. We're going to take up some agrees and disagrees at this time. At this time, we're going to take up an agree. Representative Bonner is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 53.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 53 by Representative Bonner, the 73rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 2, Chapter 4, Title 38 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Georgia veteran cemeteries so as to allow certain persons to be buried in Georgia veteran cemeteries.
Chairman Bonner is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 53.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this was the bill that we voted out that expands the eligibility criteria for certain veterans to be buried in our state military cemeteries. The Senate simply made one change. It just ensured that all the original criteria for burial in those cemeteries remains the same in addition to what we added. So I certainly recommend accepting those changes and ask for your favorable support.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
I do.
Representative Roman, did you have a question on this? Not on that one. Okay. The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 53, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? Well, for what purpose does Representative Bell rise? Oh. He waves. All members voted. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 53, the yeas are 163, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 53. Representative Richardson is recognized for a motion. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 58 as amended by the House.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill number 58 by Representative Richardson, the 125th, and others be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 6 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to aviation, so as to authorize the adoption of local ordinances, resolutions, regulations, or policies that restrict the flight of unmanned aircraft systems over mass public gatherings.
Representative Richardson is recognized to explain the Senate substitute and the House amendment.
Thank you, sir. The Senate substitute is we removed the public fireworks exhibition or display. The Senate removed that, and we're adding, and I am requesting that we add Section E, as an owner of private property who is operating an unmanned aircraft system that he or she owns above such property, provided that such operation is consistent with federal regulations and is not used for commercial purposes to convey or communicate a message or to record for purposes of commercial broadcasting or publication, monitor or otherwise interfere in any way with a ticket entertainment event.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield well.
Is there any objection to adopting the House amendment, which is AM 390466? Hearing none, the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 58 as amended by the House, all in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 162. The nay is 1, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 58 as amended by the House. Chairman Blackman is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 92.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 92 by Representative Blackman of the 146 to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48.544.2 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to base year homestead exemptions so as to postpone the date by which local governing authorities are authorized to opt out of such homestead exemptions.
Representative Blackman, will you explain the substitute to House Bill 92? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members, House Bill 92 is our cleanup measure that we sent over to the Senate on last year's property tax relief measure, and includes a few additional fixes from our original bill that went over there that would help our local governments if they chose to reconsider their decision. In addition to the original provisions, we added a 5% population exemption for our counties on the FLOST. We added HB 229 from Representative Neal that includes an incentive on the sales tax, which would give a refund for school districts on their East Blost capital expenditures. It would extend a recension provision through 2029 and then April 30th of this year for this particular year and March 1st every other year. There's a re-opt-out back in forward in 2027. There is a simple opt-out disclosure on your bill. And there's also, if you're a consolidated government, then you do not have to enter an intergovernmental agreement with yourself. So just really wanted to thank the Senate. It's been a collaborative effort here. Thank ACCG, GMA, GSBA, and so many local conversations that we have. Chairman Irwin, thank you. Representative Neal, thank you. Representative Cannon has been extremely helpful, as well as so many others regarding feedback and conversations along these lines. I think this is a good measure and a good step forward and cleans up a lot of what the original bill was intended to do. Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to stand for questions if there are any.
The gentleman has no questions.
Okay, now yield the well.
Wait a minute, you do have a question. Last second question. Representative Chairman Irwin, to your right, if you want to take it, you have a question. That'll be up to you. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I just wasn't quick enough pushing my button there, but gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the local school systems will be allowed a rebate on local sales tax and use tax on their capital expenditures, which all of our school systems are heavily involved in a state that is growing?
Yes, sir. That is true. The gentleman knows of what he speaks, and I think a very good incentive. Yes, sir. Thank you for your work.
The gentleman has no further questions.
All right. Now I ask for this body's favorable consideration to agree to the Senate substitute, and I yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion, the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 92. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 165, the nays are 0. And the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 92. Representative Gamble is recognized for a motion. Representative Matt Gamble. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to House Bill 475 as amended by the Senate.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 475 by Representative Gamble, the 15th be entitled Act to Amend Code Section 48.7, 40.26 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to income tax credits for film, gaming, video, or digital production.
Representative Gamble is recognized to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You all have a copy of this in your agree-disagree folder, and this is for the film tax credit bill that we've already passed. The Senate found an addition they wanted to add just to clarify something, that the fees collected for the administration of the film tax credit for those application fees, that those go to the state general fund. They will not go to the Department of Economic Development. It just clarifies that those funds go to the general fund. That is the only change to this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has no questions.
I would ask this body's favorable consideration, and I yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 475. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 159, the nays are 2, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 475. Members, we have several road naming bills that we need to send in transportation. I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk if you read the caption to the road naming bills.
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Donna Tucci, the 105th honoring the life of Officer Scott Osborne Reiner and dedicating an intersection in his memory. Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, recognizing Mr. Benjamin R. Pelote, Sr., and dedicating an intersection in his honor. Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, recognizing the life of Reverend Dr. Benny R. Mitchell, Jr., and dedicating a bridge in his memory. Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Gilliard, 162nd, recognizing the life of Coach Carl Middleton and dedicating a bridge in his memory. Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Estration to the 104th, honoring the life of Trooper Jimmy Senesar and dedicating a bridge in his memory.
Is there any objection to assigning all of these bills to the Transportation Committee? Hearing none, all these bills are assigned to the Transportation Committee. We have several local bills as well that need to be read and assigned. Mr. Clerk, will you read the captions?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Gamble of the 15th to be entitled an act to amend an act creating and establishing a joint airport authority for the city of Cartersville in Bartow County. Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Neal of the 79th to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from Clayton County ad valorem taxes.
Is there any objection to assigning all the bills that the clerk just read the caption to intergovernmental coordination? Hearing none, all the bills are assigned to intergovernmental coordination. We have several motions that we'll take up to suspend the rules so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee. For what purposes, Representative David Clark, rise. He'll be back in a moment. For what purposes, Representative Todd Jones, rise.
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to waive the rules of the House and have a bill read for the first time.
I think we can probably, is it a
And
bill?
assigned to committee.
Is it a resolution or a bill?
My apologies, resolution.
It's a resolution. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Jones, the 25th, and others, creating the House Study Committee on exploring the potential for humanoids and robotics in Georgia workforce development.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a resolution can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is the objection? Technology and infrastructure innovation. For what purposes, Representative Hilton, rise.
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a resolution may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others, creating the House Study Committee at-risk populations abuse registry.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a resolution can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Human Relations and Aging. For what purpose does Representative Bonner rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so that a resolution can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Clark of the 100th and Bonner of the 73rd, creating the House Study Committee on the Governmental Use of Drones and Unmanned Aircraft from Foreign Adversaries.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so that a resolution can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Technology and infrastructure innovation. Representative Williams, I'm going to call on you first. Members, we'll have 3 afternoon orders that I'm going to ask you to go ahead and stand as we hear from the first one by Representative Al Williams, Chairman DeLoach, the Chatham delegation, which is Chairman Hitchens, Representative Chaz Cannon, Representative Holcomb, and Representative Griffin.
And Representative Bonner.
Yeah, and Representative Bonner, any folks who've served in the military, Representative Hefner, other.
We certainly were considering those that served with the third ID, but if there are other veterans, but it was not an exception. We were just talking to people who served in Hinesville, Fort Stewart area, and Hunter Army Airfield. But we welcome any veterans that would like to join us. On yesterday, there were 4 military people missing in Lithuania. We're not certain of their fate at this time, so we're asking this House to go in prayer for their safe discovery, and they may be returned to their families safe and sound. We don't know what the outcome will be, but I do know that the effectual prayers of the righteous availeth much. So prayer is needed now as these folk that fight hard for their country have left their families behind, leaving Fort Stewart and the 3rd Infantry Division, and were joined by former members of the 3rd Infantry Division and certainly veterans from this House. And we'd like to ask for your prayers for them and their families, and hopefully we'll have good news to report in a day or two. May we. Amen.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, if you remain standing, we're going to recognize Representatives Carpenter, Jason Ridley, Representative Jason Ridley, and Chairman Tarbin to recognize and condolence for the passing of one of the citizens in their area. Who's going to speak? Representative Tarbin, Chairman Tarbin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Ridley had to leave quickly and nothing urgent, but this is a very strange eulogy, I guess I might present. This is a very good friend of mine, and I want you to do something. I want you to remember this name. His last name is Cofield, Cofield, Charles Cofield, from Chatsworth, Georgia. I want you to read his obituary. It's a good read. Very unusual. I want to tell you a little bit about Charles. He's first, I want to condolences to Bernita, his wife, and his family. Some special friends in his company that are very special to me. They know who they are. As I heard about this and read, I thought of things in Charles' life that I knew. Boy's Life magazine, of course, Boy Scouts, a Norman Rockwell painting, Tom Sawyer, Newt Rockney, Thomas Edison, John Wayne, and Father Knows Best. Each time I left with Charles, left speaking with him, if I rode in a car with him on a hunting trip or I spent time with him playing cards, I never left that I didn't feel better about humanity, and I didn't feel better about myself. Charles was a mentor, a motivator, and built character among his employees. He will be greatly missed. And I will finish by saying, I'll see you again someday, cuz.
Sorry. Every community has people that make it a better place. Charles Cofield was one of those people. He was very accomplished, but what had made him special was his presence when he walked in a room. Whether it was surrounded by millionaires or ditch diggers, Charles, aka John Wayne, had the unique ability to make you listen. His wisdom and his stories never got old. He invested in people he was having a conversation with, and mentored countless of business owners in Northwest Georgia and around the world, including myself. It was an honor to be his breakfast cook for 25 years. His wife and family employees all have a huge void to fill, and we could not let this day pass, today's the day of his funeral, without paying homage to this one-of-a-kind individual. Rest in peace, John Wayne.
Thank you, members. Sounds like a very special man. Representative Bell has remembrance if he'll remain standing on a passing of a loved one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being acknowledged. Colleagues, I feel like I've been keeping a secret. My grandmother passed on March 9th, and I just would like to give her a moment for remembrance. Reverend Church was deeply influenced by her family's values of hard work and education, with her laboring father as a Pullman porter that provided for her family and her mother, ensuring that she had an academic foundation, beginning at Spelman College Nursery School. She pursued her education through segregation, excelling at Ashby Street School, Booker T. Washington High School, and later earning a bachelor degree in arts and a bachelor degree in biology and a minor in mathematics from Spelman College at the age of 20, and earned her master's degree in library science from the Atlanta University as a fellow of the Andrew Carnegie Library. She embarked on a distinguished career in library science, beginning at Howard University. Reverend Church was a dedicated civil rights advocate, supporting her husband, Dr. Roy C. Bell, and her cousin, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., specifically in the work with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and instrumental to the desegregation of Grady Memorial Hospital. But her life kept unfolding. At 57, she became a real estate broker. At 74, she became an ordained minister. At 77, she earned a doctorate in ministry. And at 90, she was still driving to church, housing the unhoused, and dancing through life with style and grace. Even in her final years, her sharp mind and humor and quick, and her faith was unwavering. Reverend Church has left no dreams unpursued, no lessons unlearned, and no love unexpressed. Her tenacity and prayers and legacy live on with us. She kept unfolding until the day of her life and had completed her masterpiece. Earlier this year, I gave you all a book, and if you please continue to stand with me if I read a prayer. Please assume the posture of prayer. Dear Lord, you said in your word, out of the abundance of your heart and the mouth speaketh. Father, it is out of the abundance of my heart that I speak love. I speak appreciation. I speak thanks. I speak joy. I speak blessings. I speak peace. I speak good success. I speak victory. I speak prosperity. I speak hope. I speak faith. I speak these things by the power of the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Lord, for living within me. For your words say, greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. Thank you, Lord, that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I know the Lord is in you. I know the Lord in you. I live and move and have my being. I give all the glory and honor to you. It is in the precious name of Jesus I pray. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will. The memorial service will be tomorrow at the Word of Faith Cathedral at 11 o'clock. The visitation will be at the Murray Brothers Funeral Home this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you.
It's nothing like having a wonderful grandmother, and sounds like you had one as well. Our condolences to the family. Representative Park Cannon is recognized for an afternoon order. Members, got some folks joining you. Representative Cannon and friends. Is this condolences, Representative Cannon? No, it's not. Y'all may be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 years ago, my life changed here at the state capitol. There was a 2-page election bill that overnight became a 20-page election bill, Senate Bill 202. Our chamber adjourned for the day. Many members went out to the right, down the stairs, and I got a text message that said that that bill was being privately signed in the governor's office. I went down the left-hand stairs here, and shortly after was unlawfully arrested, taken to Rice Street Jail, given 2 felonies, which I would have had to serve 8 years. When I came back that next day with my arm in a sling because of the treatment that I received, there were some members who disagreed with me. There were many members who stood with me. I want to thank those who stood with me, and I want to thank those who disagreed with me, because it has really matured me as a person. It has helped me to understand that I am in this work for good trouble. I'd like to thank Dr. King and his family. His family actually came and walked me back into the state capitol. There were a number of community members who wore shirts and came and lined the halls so that I felt safe that day coming in the state capitol. And even right now, as we speak with John Lewis up in heaven, I can hear him being so proud of me on that day. He used to always say, "Park, you're so young. Park, you're doing it. Park, keep going. Park, keep the fight. Keep the spirit." And so today I come to you to let you know I started a phrase then on which I knocked on that door, that we will keep knocking. And I hope that you too find a way to keep knocking in your community. Sometimes those doors shut in front of you, and sometimes they open. As an update on my cases, I am now unfortunately having to sue the state of Georgia. I had my day at the Georgia Supreme Court in May and found out, unfortunately, that I was not successful in my case. And so now I have a few other cases in a few other divisions seeking justice in the state of Georgia. And until we seek justice, we keep knocking. Thank you very much for your attention today. I yield.
The Representative Roman is recognized for an afternoon order. And friends.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I grew up here, and words like liberty and freedom and protection from tyranny actually deeply mean something to me personally. They're not rhetorical devices I use to appeal to the other side. They are actually things I grew up sincerely and deeply holding as a priority in my life. And after today's conversation, it made me kind of realize we are in a bubble right now, because next week session ends, and so we're all trying to get our bills done, and I get that. But right now around the country, there are people who, when they are walking down the street, are being approached by masked, unidentified people, put into unmarked cars and disappeared, sometimes for weeks on end. This is not an exaggeration. Many of you have spoken to me about various policies as it relates to immigration enforcement and reassured me that whatever we do here is all about getting the criminals. Well, I can tell you right now that I know plenty of people who are not criminals that are literally being disappeared. That is not an exaggeration. And in addition, those that we know of are legally here under visas, under green cards. And the administration has explicitly said they are not charging them with crimes. And yet, somehow, we have now found a way to criminalize speech, because anybody who stands with me as a Palestinian or my community is now being deemed as a terrorist sympathizer. The thing about liberty is that it is actually much easier to lose than we think. And a lot of times, we end up being manipulated to willingly give it away. So today I was frankly inspired to come do this afternoon order last minute, because I really sincerely hope that weirdly sort of media-driven world that we can for once look and critically assess the decisions being made with our support and what they could mean across the board, and, as I always say, the unintended consequences. I am deeply, deeply, deeply fearful of the road that we are on right now. When somebody who is unidentified can just put you in a car, that to me is terrifying. So colleagues, please keep an ear out on your constituents. Keep an eye out for your constituents, because unfortunately we are now hearing these cases regularly multiple times a day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
That completes our afternoon orders. Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions? Mr. Clerk.
Honoring the life and memory of Jacob Loy Davis, Jr. Designating April 8th of each year as Black Women and Girls Awareness Day. Honoring the life and memory of Loretto Bobo. Commending Sergeant Trey Nelson, recipient of the 2024 Officer of the Year Award. Recognizing and commending Chief Justice Michael P. Boggs. Recognizing the acute and ongoing threat to Georgia's forests. Commending Eva Marcel Pigford. Recognizing and commending Rashawn Ali Smith. Congratulating the FCS Innovation Academy. Commending Yoel Glover, Vince Nana, Luke Roner, and Joseph Williams of Alpharetta High School for winning the 2024 GHSA 6A Individual Track and Field State Championship in the 4x400 meter relay. Commending Joseph Williams of Alpharetta High School for winning the 2024 GHSA 6A Individual Track and Field State Championship in the 110 meter hurdles. Commending Vincent Nana of Alpharetta High School for winning the 2024 GHSA 6A Individual Track and Field State Championship in 300 meter hurdles. Commending the Alpharetta Raiders volleyball team for winning the 2024 GHSA 6A Volleyball State Championship. Commending the Fellowship Christian Ladies varsity soccer team for winning the 2024 GHSA 2A Girls Soccer State Championship. Commending the Roswell Hornets boys lacrosse team for winning the 2024 GHSA 5A 6A Boys Lacrosse State Championship. Commending the Milton Lady Eagles lacrosse team for winning the 2024 GHSA 7A Girls Lacrosse State Championship. Commending the Milton Eagles boys golf team for winning the 2024 GHSA 7A Boys State Golf Championship. Commending the Milton Eagles football team for winning the 2024 GHSA 5A State Football Championship. Commending the Milton Eagles boys cross-country team for winning the 2024 GHSA 5A Boys Cross-Country State Championship. Recognizing and commending Daniel O'Connor for his service in redistricting and celebrating in his birthday. Recognizing and commending Mark Ammerman upon his retirement. Recognizing and commending a certain lady for her outstanding dedication and accomplishments in golf, including her remarkable achievement of a hole-in-one and her commitment to inspiring the next generation of leaders. Recognizing the Agritech Solutions Program in Clayton County Public Schools. Recognizing and commending William Bam Sparks for his outstanding contributions to branding, strategic partnerships, and cultural innovation in Atlanta and beyond. Recognizing and commending Pastor Troy for his outstanding contributions to Atlanta's musical sound. Commending 100 black finish these.
commending the 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta and recognizing March 28, 2025 as Community Wellness Day at the Capitol, recognizing the Agritech Solutions Program in Clayton County Public Schools, recognizing and commending William Bam Sparks for his outstanding contributions to branding, strategic partnerships, and cultural innovation in Atlanta and beyond, recognizing and commending Pastor Troy for his outstanding contributions to Atlanta's musical sound, culture, and his lasting impact on the global music industry, recognizing and commending Jaceel Amon Robinson, known professionally as Young Talk, to his outstanding contributions to Atlanta's musical legacy, recognizing and commending Kilo Ali for his outstanding contributions to Atlanta's musical sound, culture, and his lasting impact on the global music industry, recognizing and commending Charles Black for his outstanding contributions to civil rights, education, and community service, and for other purposes. That completes the reading of the privilege resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerks. Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Hearing none, the privileged resolutions are adopted. We have some announcements. Representative Chaz Cannon. Representative Cannon is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here just to let you know about this. You got an email about this from the Sportsman's Caucus. We don't collect dues every year. We do have a raffle. And the raffle this year is for a nice Mossberg over-under shotgun and also a nice FN 10mm handgun. We only have 200 tickets, only about 100 remain. They're $20 per ticket. If you're interested in getting a raffle ticket, please let me know. Take check, cash, or Venmo. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When's the drawing?
We'll draw on Sunny Day, Mr. Speaker.
Gotcha. Thanks, Representative Cannon. Chairman Tyler Paul Smith is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Judiciary Non-Civil Committee will meet 30 minutes upon adjournment. 30 minutes upon adjournment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Alan Powell recognized for an announcement.
Members of the House of Regulated Industries, we're going to meet after Chairman Anderson's committee meets. He says his meeting will probably take about 30, 40 minutes. So if y'all could please be there. We're going to abbreviate it, pass a substitute to the bill we started yesterday. And if you come, I'm going to give you a special drink called a hemp-based CDB.
Is that today?
I'm sorry. It'll be in LOB 406, and I hadn't had one of them yet.
Not on campus. Chairman Anderson is recognized for an announcement.
We will be offering no drinks in this committee meeting, but Governmental Affairs will meet upon adjournment in CLOB 406, and as the chairman said, it should be a quick meeting. We've got 3 bills to take up. They've all been presented in our committee and others, so please be there. Thank you.
And that might be the new way to get people to attend. Who knows? Chairman Hilton recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've been waiting long. It's the committee information audits. We are having our organizational meeting tomorrow, 9 a.m. at 506 CLOB. No hemp drinks, but we'll have a special prize for you. So come on, 506 CLOB, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
It's about time you had an organizational meeting. I was wondering what was going on. I mean, yeah. Chairman Todd Jones is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Technology and Infrastructure Innovation Committee will be meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30 at 515 CLOB. That's TII tomorrow morning, 515 CLOB. See you there. Thank you.
Chairman Martin is recognized for an announcement.
Mr. Speaker, the subcommittee on sales tax of the Ways and Means Committee will meet 15 minutes after adjournment. Let's call that 3:30 at CLOB 415 at 3:30 to hear one bill, HB 83. Thank you. I yield the will.
Chairman Gunther.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized.
Speaker. Sorry. Okay. The Judiciary Committee, House Judiciary Committee will have a meeting upon adjournment tomorrow. It's one bill. Hopefully it won't take too long and we can all get home. Thank you.
Chairman Lumsden, recognized for an announcement.
There will be a full House Insurance Committee meeting in the morning at 8 a.m. CLOB 406. We have one bill. Should be a short meeting. Thank you.
That completes our announcements. We do have a birthday today. The man on the aisle back there, Representative Joseph Gullett. Chairman Gullett has a birthday. Happy birthday, brother. We were going to have a little earlier start in the morning. What time is your organizational meeting? 9. Do you think you can be done by 9:30? I know it's going to take you a while. Just double checking. That completes our work for the day, and we've had I think all the pages are done. All our page photos are done, so I'm going to recognize Majority Leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand in recess until 4:00 p.m. and then stand adjourned until 9:30 a.m. on Friday, March 28, 2025.
On the motion of the Majority Leader that this House stand in recess until 4 p.m. today, and then we will be adjourned until Friday, March the 28th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. All those in favor will say aye. You got it. All those opposed, no. It was clear the right people were in favor. This House will stand in recess until Bill 4 and then be adjourned. Thank you for your patience and your attention. We are recessed.